Welcome in, guys. Tap that screen. We are not quite ready to get started yet. Just doing some adjusting on the layout. Tap that screen. Right. Let's see here. Let's see. More Louisiana music for our friend Matt coming in tonight. How about that? Two Matts tonight. That's right. Welcome in, guys. Hey, help out with that live goal if you can. Tap the screen. Let's push this thing out, okay? Oh, hey, Fax. How's it going? See you out there. Greetings from the slightly less north. We're pretty close to it. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. I do believe that our friend Matt is going to be joining us here shortly, and when he does, we will bring him up. Nemo and I are thrilled to be doing something different with you guys tonight. And speak of the devil, here we go. Here he is. It's other Matt. Here your other Matt.
Okay, I'll take
I
it.
know with your people, you're the main Matt, but here, here.
Yes.
Um, how's it going tonight, man? How are you?
Oh, it's great. How are you guys?
You know, can't complain. I mean, I guess it's,
Yeah, like personally great, not like state of the country great.
well, I mean, I'm not a doctor who can heal things with magical light coming out of my hands, but
If you become president, you could be.
there's
That's one of the perks.
right.
Yeah.
Apparently, that's a perk. Um, okay, so we've got some questions. So first thing that we want to point out to you guys before we get started is in my link tree at the top. If you guys like what you hear and you'd like to contribute, you can find that's the number one link in my link tree in the bio. Matt, I assume that the same thing is true if they click on yours. Guys, if you're over on the tube, you can find that link. My link tree is right there in the description. Okay, so it's the number one link over there. Okay, so that's number one. But Matt, we'd like if you could, maybe you could just give us a little personal background on yourself. Maybe tell us about where you're from. Why you're doing this, the whole 9 yards. Just to give us a primer on who you are.
Absolutely. So first, thank you for having me. This is fantastic. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you and to speak with your audience. It's awesome. And so a little bit about me. My name is Matt Gromlich. I'm running for Congress in Louisiana's 4th District. Yes, that is Speaker Mike Johnson's district. And it is a Republican plus 26 district. That doesn't mean that it is impossible to win. There is a path to win, which we can talk about as we go on later. But my background, I am an educator. I've been teaching for 14 years. I started off teaching high school math and science, and now I teach future high school math and science teachers, future principals. And I am running in this race because I truly care about my students, their families, and their community, and my community.
I love that. That's fantastic, and refreshing to be honest with you. All right, well we'll jump right in. I guess I've got the on our list here. I guess I have the first question. And speaking of being an educator, let's jump into education. It's one of the things that I like to talk about a lot. So Louisiana is currently ranked 41st in K through 12 for public schools. Now, I know that public schools obviously run by this, it's a state level issue. Obviously that's where the states are.
Yeah.
But what do you want to do when, if and when you can get to Congress? What do you see yourself doing to support Louisiana on a federal level in terms of education? What would you like to do? What would you like to change? What do you want to see?
I think what we want to see in Louisiana is what we want to see across the country, is that no student should go to school hungry. We should have breakfast available. We should have lunch available for students and for teachers. I don't know if I told you this story, but my first year teaching, I made $33,000 a year, which sounds like a lot, but then you have taxes, you have, car loans, you have rent, you have student loans, you have all these factors. And so I couldn't eat lunch. And so I think we need to provide opportunity for both our students and our teachers to be well fed. If you're not at the top of your game physically, then you're not going to be at the top of your game intellectually, emotionally, and able to learn. So thinking about providing like food and fuel for every single student in America, that's something we can definitely do through the Department of Education, should that exist. If not, then let's re-implement the Department of Education, because who knows what's going to happen in the next few years. And then Also, what I'm really passionate about is universal pre-K. And if you look at other countries who have really strong education systems, I would say we have a decently strong K-12 education system. It's not exactly what we want it to be, and there are a lot of ways we can make it better, but we do have education that's provided for students by our tax dollars for K-12. But we have these 3 and 4 year old kids who right now are going to daycare, and daycares are hit and miss. There's some great ones, there's some not so great ones. If we're able to have a universal pre-K system, then we can have a place where students go and they're actually learning from licensed teachers. That also takes the financial burden away from our parents because on average it's $13,000 a year to pay for daycare. So think about all that money, what we can do if it's back in our families' pockets, if parents are able to, and if they want to, send their children to universal pre-K, then we could have more small businesses. We could have people back into the workforce more easily and more quickly. So all of those are super important to me.
I like those ideas. I like those ideas a lot. I definitely think. I mean, we've seen it here in Massachusetts a lot, and with the free um, breakfast and lunch. Like my daughter can go and get breakfast and lunch. It doesn't matter. There's no form to fill out. Like it doesn't matter
Right.
like how you don't financial you don't have to qualify or anything. I always hated that like
Hmm.
making kids like have a special ticket or this or that like forcing like kids should just be able to go get food if they need food like
Yeah.
be able to go get food and I really like that. I think that's such a great spot to start in. I also like the idea of starting with pre-K. One thing that I've always found interesting is that something as simple as Sesame Street for like an hour a day, 5 days a week, could give a kid the same level ish. I think there was a study done could give a kid the same level of education that they could get in pre-K, which is wild to me. So I'm like, for that level of spend, right?
Hmm.
That low level of spend, like we could be working on giving kids I bet I'm not saying it. Obviously, it would be different. Having kids in person. There's obviously it's different, but we should be able to translate that into
Hmm.
making it work for kids, right? I mean, for especially for lower income kids or kids that just aren't going to have that opportunity. Give them a leg up, right?
Absolutely. And there's so much more to the classroom. And anybody in the chat, if you're a teacher, we're not just teaching content. There's so much more to the classroom and the classroom environment and the school environment than just learning math or science. We're learning how to interact with other humans. We're learning how to share. We're learning how to take direction. We're learning how to voice our concerns. There's so much that you learn in this space that can be just a huge leg up if we start at year 3 instead of year 5.
I love it. I love it. Fantastic. I think Nemo's got the next question. What do you got, man?
Healthcare. So I'm a big fan of Medicare for All. I'm witnessing the wonders of the American healthcare system in a lot of different ways, personally, recently. But I know that in Louisiana, it's worse. So Louisiana is more rural than where I'm at in Georgia, and I know that especially given what's happened with the Big Beautiful Bill, there have
Mhm.
been cuts to funding for rural hospitals. And so the expectation is that literally hundreds of rural hospitals are going to close across the country.
Yes.
And that's definitely going to affect Louisiana, especially. So we oftentimes hear that we can't afford healthcare in this country,
Hmm.
that
Right.
the federal government or even just state governments cannot fund healthcare in this country, but we can fund a lot of other things. So, and Mike Johnson, of course, is a big proponent of funding other things, but not
Hmm.
funding healthcare. So,
Yep.
what do you think about universal healthcare, Medicare for all? What are your thoughts on that?
We need universal healthcare, whatever you call it. Medicare for all, universal healthcare, call it Trump care for all I care. Like whatever we need to do to be able to get healthcare for every human in America, that's what we need to do. It shouldn't be tied to work. It should include uh, rights for anybody who is going through gender affirming care. It should include anybody who is pregnant, and so any like rights for mothers. We need to make sure that bodily autonomy is provided. We really, really need to focus on preventative care instead of focusing on after the fact once people are diagnosed with issues. There's so much there's so many ways that we can implement healthcare in the United States to actually save money. And everybody talks about we're spending all this money or it would be this much money. No, you cut out the middlemen. And all the studies show that we would actually save money by moving to any type of universal healthcare system. And then going to the rural hospitals. I mean, District 4 in Louisiana, yes, we have Shreveport, but outside of Shreveport, we have super rural areas where even right now, a lot of people, especially women, it takes, 2 hours to drive to your local or the nearest OGBYN. 75% of hospitals in our district don't have a maternity ward. Like, it's crazy. And now those hospitals might even shut down up to potentially 12 or 14 in Louisiana District 4, depending on what stats you're looking at. It's insane. Uh, and like healthcare shouldn't be tied to jobs. We have to get past where we are and think about healthcare as a basic human right for everyone,
Yeah, I
nonstop.
agree.
Like end of
I agree.
sentence.
I've said that. I mean, we'll get into like economic discussions a lot on the show, and uh, sometimes I'll refer to healthcare as an inelastic good, and that's one of those macroeconomic terms that people their eyes kind of glaze over. Basically, how much are you willing to pay for your life? It's something that you will pay any price for,
Right.
and so that is ultimately what healthcare is. I think that people, unfortunately, Republicans have done an excellent job of making people think that government can't work and that it is
Mhm.
inefficient and that it's bloated and it's just slow. And they think about the DMV, and then if there's anybody that has a veteran in their life, they think about the VA. I mean, my dad has dealt with the
Mhm.
VA for a long time, and it wasn't great in his case, and that sucks because sometimes the VA is like, depending on where you're at, the VA can be genuinely great. It is, place to place, unfortunately.
Mhm.
Um, but whatever you want to call it, Medicare for all, the proposals that have been put in place, it isn't government health care, right? It is
Right.
ultimately just removing the insurance aspect. It
Mhm.
is changing the card in your wallet from Cigna to Medicare. That's it.
Mhm.
Your
Mhm.
doctor doesn't change. Nothing else changes. And like you said, we would end up saving money because the
Mhm.
money that you spend on your health insurance right now, you would no longer be spending on your health insurance. It would just go into Medicare instead. And for
Mhm.
a lot of people, they would end up not spending as much, especially if for families.
Right.
I didn't know this because I'm a single dude, so I don't have kids. I don't know what family plans are like with health insurance, but wow, the numbers that I've heard. So
Yes.
yeah, that's good. I mean, I'm I hope that we can at least achieve that soon.
I think, Matt, one of the big things is that, because Nemo and I end up talking about this a lot, and every time we pull up studies, and every time that people just, I don't know, they don't want to, they just refuse to believe the numbers, and they just refuse to
Mhm.
believe how much it would save all of us in healthcare costs, and how much better it would be overall for the populace. They cannot get it through their head that this would
Mhm.
be better, for all of us. So I'm glad that you're a
Right.
proponent of it.
Yeah, which it makes sense. I'm an educational researcher. I teach educational psychology and STEM education. And so our mind, I mean, we are predisposed to want what we already know. What we don't know is scary. And so biologically, we want to push away something that we don't know, the fear, the anxiety that it causes in like literally in our body and our brain. It's easier to cling on to what you have. And so that's the difficulty of being in this position and fighting for these changes is we have to overcome a lot of the biological imperatives that we have internally.
Yeah, absolutely. Excellent. I like that. Okay. Well, another question. Shift gears a little bit. Is the DNC? Want to talk about the DNC? So, for those of you who don't know, so Matt is locked in a primary battle right now with another candidate in the fourth in the Democratic primary. So the thing that's happened is it's a little strange, or at least it's a little, I don't know, maybe it's a little bit out of pocket, but I guess I kind of have a two-part question for you. So my first question, and you can answer this however you want, but my first question is, one, why did the DNC already endorse one of you? That's a question I have. But then two, I was hoping that maybe you could, if you can explain that, maybe you could highlight the differences between you and your opponent, which I understand that there may not be that many, but maybe you could give us some or tell us. So the two-part question, answer however you'd like.
Yes. So we do have a primary, semi-close primary, which is the first time in 40, 50 years that Louisiana has had this type of primary. Before we had a jungle primary where all 10, 12 candidates went up in November. And if nobody got 50%, the top two would go to a runoff in December. So they changed that this year. And a lot of people don't know. There is a primary where it's party-based. Democrat, you vote for the Democratic primary slate, Republicans primary slate. If you're independent, which is now no party, then you're able to vote on either of those ballots, whatever you want to vote. So why did they endorse? My understanding is that they endorse because they typically have endorsed in the past based on their bylaws. Because we had this jungle primary, they didn't want to split the vote too much. They wanted to rally behind one candidate for the November election. So at least Democrats had a chance of going to the runoff. They were not able to change the bylaws or chose not to. There's some confusion on that for this election. And so they endorsed a candidate, not me, about 3 weeks ago. And why did they endorse that candidate? I mean, I have to say it's typical Democratic establishment politics. It's, who has their name out there first, who cozies up to the Democratic establishment, what, all about who you know in Louisiana and nothing about the voters. Because they decided to endorse without any vote from anybody in the public.
That's interesting. I'm a little surprised too, especially given the amount of support you seem to have garnered already. Because when we first chatted and about doing this, and I looked at your socials, I was like, like this is a surprising amount of support for a Democrat in this district. And so I was
Right.
like, oh, this is interesting. And then I felt like there was a bit of a lack of how do I put this? A lack of attention being paid by your opponent. It seems like there's not a lot of appearances happening, and not a lot of actual campaigning being done. I'm just
No.
But I mean, is that what you're seeing too? I mean, or am I missing something, or what's going on there?
No, I don't think you're missing anything. it's so frustrating, and that's why I decided to jump into the race to begin with, because my opponent was in the race first. And he said, man of the people, I'm somebody that you can count on, that you can vote on as a, farmer. I'm going to be in these rural areas. And that's just not what's happening. He is in his hometown of Farmerville, and then he goes to New Orleans and he begs for money. And every event that he is in New Orleans. And he's, I'm assuming, like, calling big donors on the phone and not present in our community. And what I've heard from knocking on, at this point, like 1,300 doors, and we'll get into my coffee tour later, I hope. But what I've heard from people is, well, Mike Johnson already doesn't visit us. We've never heard from him. He's never held town halls. He doesn't come to our doors. He doesn't interact with us. Like, Mike Johnson is completely absent. And now my Democratic opponent is also absent. He's only at his home and he's like begging for money in New Orleans. How is that a man of the people? How is that showing that you're relevant in your community and that you are listening to your constituents? It's not.
It seems to be very lacking. Are there any main? I mean, I have to be honest with you. The other thing that in trying to do some research for this, the concerning thing for me was that I couldn't find enough material to draw any sort of comparisons between you. I was hoping to be like, oh, well, he wants this, you want that. Like, so can you, like, is there anything, like, you shed any light? Because I was like, I have to be honest with you, this is a little bit difficult. You have a bevy of videos and different things, and it was like, and in fact, I asked your campaign manager Lance about something, and I was like, hey, how about I was just curious, like, if we want to ask about this. So he's like here's a video of Matt saying this, and I was like, oh, cool, like, you just okay, great, awesome. And I'm having a hard time of finding him being set on a lot of positions. But is there anything, maybe one highlight or two eyes, is there anything important that you would want people to know? You're like, hey, this is a big difference between us. Anything important?
Yeah, I think it's important that you call that out. He is relying on the fact that the Democratic establishment will carry him through the primary. He did not anticipate that there would be a primary opponent. I did kind of come out of nowhere. And so he has not risen to the occasion and provided information. If you look at socials, it's strongly worded letters, which we've had enough of from the Democratic Party. We need people who are authentic, who are able to communicate and just jump online and express their opinions, which he's not doing. So as far as like policy position, his like written stated policy positions are similar to mine. I don't truly know if he actually believes in those positions or not. He doesn't have enough content for me to judge that, honestly. As a mathematician, statistician, researcher, I think you need more data, and he just has not provided enough data for me to accurately portray his opinions. He says that, well, and people on his campaign, one person said that he's like the most progressive candidate in the entire United States who's running. That seems crazy. Regardless, yeah, that had me shaking my head. Regardless, I think, like, let's not argue about like political policy statement semantics. Let's talk about who has the background, the history, and the ability to actually get shit done when we go to Congress. And so I'm an educational researcher. I've spent 14 years in the classroom. I did a PhD. I conduct my own research, like peer-reviewed research that is accepted by the educational scientific community. I know what it means to read 1,000 pages to find one quote to put into a citation. I know what it means to have to fight with and argue and put back like an article 12 times before it gets accepted. And I know what it means to look at policy. I work at LSU in Shreveport, and right now I lead some people would say like the most hated, I say the most influential committee on campus, which is our courses and curriculum committee. And what that is people all across the campus submit any changes to any class, major, certificate program, anything that impacts any type of course or curriculum. And we have to look at what does that change mean? And then how does that change apply or make changes to any other program or class or curriculum on campus? Like, I know what it means to look at a system holistically and write legislation basically that impacts all of those. Like, I have the background and the ability to actually do the job when I'm in Washington. My opponent cannot say that.
Nice. I like that. I like that a lot. Um, uh, Nemo, I think you wanted to circle. We wanted to circle back and talk about the primary and the way that's changing a little bit more, right? Because I think Matt, you touched on it briefly. You had a question about that, right?
Yeah. So, as far as my understanding is that Louisiana has had an open primary system for 50 years, and now it's going to closed. So, what my understanding is, well, it's two things. So, number one is really just understanding the difference between an open and closed primary. And then two is for people who are independents, because it sounds like that is going to be the one where there's a roadblock. They will actually have to do something. For people that are already registered Republican or Democrat, I think it'll just be, I guess, smooth or whatever. But for people who are registered independent, there's going to be a headache. And from what I read about it, there's a form that they're going to have to fill out. Can you just go through that? Just, I guess, the paperwork side of things.
Yes. Yeah. So, like I kind of said, there was this jungle primary before. So, you go into the voting booth on November, whatever it is, 3rd, and there are 12 people on the list. You vote your person. If one person gets over 50%, they're automatically in. That normally is not the case. Normally, they're top two. You take the top two, and there's a runoff. So, that has been the case for like 50 years. Now we're changing to, I would say, a semi-closed primary. They're saying closed, but I think it's semi-closed because if you're registered Democrat, you get the Democratic ballot. If you're a registered Republican, you get the Republican ballot. But if you're registered what used to be independent, and the state of Louisiana, without a lot of people's knowledge, without really informing a lot of people, if you were registered independent, they automatically changed your registration to be no party. So the independent party no longer exists in Louisiana. You are no party. And if you are no party, then you are still eligible to vote in this primary. So you go in on May 16th, or early voting starts May 2nd. You walk up and they say, okay, can I, see your information? What's your name? Oh, I see you're no party. Would you like the Republican ballot or the Democratic ballot? Or there is a third option because we have 5 amendments that are happening at the same time as well. So, or would you just like the 5 amendment ballot? And so as a no party person, you can pick, do I want the Republican, the Democrat, or do I just want to vote on the amendments? And that's been really confusing for a lot of people. One, that their party affiliation has changed without their knowledge. And then two, for some reason, because of lack of education from Secretary of State and people, that a lot of no party or independents think they cannot vote in the primary. And that's not correct.
Gotcha. Now, I know that in Georgia, I typically vote by mail. I don't know how Louisiana does it. So do you guys have absentee ballots? Like, how does that work typically?
We do have mail-in ballots, and you have to prove your status, like with disability, or if you're overseas. You don't have there's some states that you just get a mail-in ballot if you request it. That's not the case. You have to prove that you are one of the qualifications.
Gotcha.
And a lot of those mail-in ballots have already been sent out, and the final round of mail-in ballots are being sent out this Friday.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Let's see. I think that Matt, did you have another one? Because then I've got the infrastructure one.
Yeah, I've got one. Well, I've got one because I want to talk about. You touched on it earlier. So before we head back specifically to policy, maybe we could talk about the coffee shop tour that you're doing. So I guess You got a big district, and it's a weird kind of a.
Yes.
It's weird. I don't know for the folks who don't know, Louisiana's fourth is a weird it's a weird looking district because um of the gerrymandering, and also I looked at what it was before, and I was
Hmm.
like, oh
Yeah,
wow, that was actually like very
made
very
sense.
normal, and it made a lot
Uh-huh.
of sense. And for those folks who want to see what it looks like now,
Yeah.
this here, I'll pull this to the front. I guess I can't do. I can put it on mine here. So this is what Matt's district looks like.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So to say the least, it's weird. It's
Yeah, it's
definitely and it's big and it's weird, right?
yeah, it's a little cut out. That's not 100%, but close enough.
Oh, is
Yes.
it? Okay. Okay. Well, that was the sorry, that
Mhm.
was the one that I could pull, but so I guess the main question is how are you guys handling covering that much ground, and
Mhm.
what's the idea behind the coffee shop tour that you're doing?
Yeah. So I've, been canvassing, been interacting with voters for the last few months, and what I hear consistently is that, Mike Johnson isn't around. They've never met him. He doesn't have town halls. There's no way to interact with him. Even if you call, you get voicemail or you get some people from his office who aren't really willing to engage. And so many people have never met a congressional representative. So we were up at the Arkansas border because where I am, we call it the Arklatex. So it's like Arkansas, Texas, Louisiana. And I was up at the Arkansas border, and there was this man who we talked to who had been voting Democrat for 48 years and had never met a congressional candidate. And I mean, you are a little bit out of the way, and like 48 years, that's crazy. It's crazy that you've never had either the opportunity or the ability, or that candidates aren't making their way to you.
Yeah,
So
that's a
what
long time.
we yeah, right? Like it's unfathomable. So what we decided is that we at least want to give every parish, so we have parish instead of counties,
Hmm.
but every parish in District 4, which includes parts of 20 different parishes, the opportunity to hang out. And my campaign is really focused on just person to person contact. Let's talk, let's listen, let's hear from our constituents. No one person is better than anybody else. I think what I find frustrating with the Democratic Party is that they tend to be kind of like elitist, and we have, candidates on stage who are performative, and like let's cut all of that out. Like I'm a teacher, everybody is equal, right? That's what
Hmm.
we espouse. And so let's just meet each other where we are. And one of the best ways that we thought to do that, which Stacy was in the chat, was one of the people to help spur the idea of let's just meet people for coffee. And let's meet people for coffee in a location where it is at least semi convenient for them to join. And it's not available to everybody. You have a lot of people, with disabilities or elderly who won't be able to physically join, but at least it's a start. At least somebody is physically in their geographical area and listening to the community about the problems that they have. And because our district is so large, the problems that people in Northwest Louisiana have are different than the problems that people in Southwest Louisiana have.
Hmm. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, obviously, like I said, it's a very large it's a very large area. Um, a very it just seems really difficult. I mean, what's the driving, like, for example, what's the driving time from the top of the district to the bottom? Just like what is that?
Yeah, to go from top of the district where I am to the bottom of the district is about 4 hours driving. And then if we want to go over to the east, it's about two and a half.
I mean, that's really untenable. I mean, in terms of, and listen, I understand that you're going to have some larger areas because of
Hmm.
it's more sparsely populated. I do understand that. Get it, right? But at the same time, it's like it it could have been drawn better because of the way that I know the way that it used to
Right.
be drawn,
Right.
right?
Yeah. And my joke is I was a geometry teacher. And so like there's no name for the shape of District 4. It just does not exist geometrically. Like, and it should. There should be a way to describe whatever this district is.
Yeah, that's yeah, no, that makes sense. I did have a I have a follow up on that one. So one thing is gotten a lot of I got a number of messages from folks in the fourth who were excited to hear about this. And so uh one question well there's two questions that I got that are from local folks in your district. One was uh
Yellow I don't know.
what's that? I don't I,
Jerry Yellowgram
is it,
is the
what's a Jerry Yellowgram? Oh, nice. Oh, I like that.
that's pretty good.
I think you should.
Sorry.
I think you should take that and coin it. By the way, I want to
Right,
I
right.
like honestly
Yes.
like trademark that shit right now. Steal it. No one we'll just delete the comment. No one you can take
Yeah,
it. It's fine.
right.
I love it.
I can share.
Yeah, there you go. But so these were some so one is I know that your district has a large Black community, and
Mhm.
folks, I would really like to know, how are you reaching out to them? What are you doing to make sure that their voices are being heard, and
Mhm.
that we're making sure that they're being included? I'm not saying that you're not necessarily, but if
Yeah,
you could talk about
absolutely.
what are we doing to make sure that they're being heard, because we want to
Mhm.
make sure that obviously, because I know that they're such a big part of the electorate. They're so important, and they're such a heart of Louisiana, right? And so just
Absolutely.
curious what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, so I think number one is that we want to engage with every possible person in the community that we can. That's not, you know, going to be achievable, but we're providing opportunities for that. Specifically, though, we want to talk to communities that are underserved, underrepresented, and may not get the support that other communities do. So, first thing, I wanted to make sure that my campaign team looked like my community. And so I have people on staff who are who are Black, who are white, who are Hispanic, who are gay, who are straight, who are women, who are men. Like, make sure that we are incorporating in our campaign team
Mhm.
the people and their lived experiences so that we're able to appropriately talk to everybody in the community and make sure that like we're listening and getting that feedback. Secondly, looking into when we're canvassing. So we have a lot of areas especially in Caddo Parish and in Bossier Parish,
Mhm.
that are predominantly Black, and so like going into those communities just as much as we're going into the predominantly white communities. Like we can't be afraid to go into any community. We shouldn't be afraid to talk to anybody. And this is the thing again with the Democratic Party: we cannot take any vote for granted. So we can't assume that just as because we're a Democratic candidate that all the Black people are going to vote for us. Like that's not okay. That's not appropriate. We have to earn every single vote that we get. So knocking on every door, talking to as many people as we can. That also means like being in churches when we're invited to them, and being in spaces that are predominantly Black that we are invited to, not inserting ourselves in those positions, but uh, allowing that invitation and then taking people up on those invitations. And so, for example, I joined a community organization that was talking about the closing of schools in the Caddo and Bossier Parish areas.
Mhm.
And in a year ago, the school board voted for 3 predominantly Black schools to be closed within the next 2 years. And so, like, there are issues with that. There are a lot of issues. And it's not something that I alone can fix. It's something that I and my campaign and the community have to work on together. And we were luckily invited to be a part of that conversation, and to listen as well, and not to be, a candidate that's like espousing their knowledge. Like, let's be here, let's be available, let's see how we can work together with organizations and members, and then build accordingly.
I like that answer. I think it's good because I think that we've got I think that we have a group of people, especially that we saw in the 2024 election, especially with 92% of Black women, voting for Kamala Harris and showing up and proving to us all that they're going to be there. And I'm like, and you're right, we cannot take their vote for granted. And so I like the fact that you're willing to show them that you won't do that and that you'll support them. So that's good. And then my one other follow up, with that is, what are the main things that those folks are saying is important to them? If you talk to them, and whether it be those people of color, whether it be the lesser off in your district or whoever it may be, what are they saying to you? What are you hearing from them? And they're like, Matt, this is the thing that we need most. Is it the affordability crisis? Is it healthcare? Is there any particular thing that they are focused on the most? Just out of curiosity.
I think it's a lot of things. It is affordability. It is healthcare. It is not feeling represented. And so there's so many people, if you look at Louisiana voters in the past, so many people haven't voted. Not because they don't want to, but it's proven by our former politicians that their vote truly doesn't matter. And so a lot of people just feel completely like beaten down. They feel desensitized. They feel like they have no value and that they're not represented by the people that they have elected in the past. That's a huge aspect of the conversations that I'm having.
I like it. Very good. Very good. I know we had another policy point. Nemo wanted to talk about some infrastructure stuff, which is super fun and exciting.
Yes.
Everyone's favorite topic.
Yes. We love infrastructure.
Yeah. It actually kind of...
This actually is kind of interesting. Yeah.
It dovetails nicely with, the discussion of wanting to represent the community, and to be of the community, right? So one example that I'm a bit more familiar with, just because I guess it's closer to me. So I'm in Georgia. Tennessee's not that far away. Memphis. Okay. So Memphis, there's a data center that is operating, and it's Elon Musk's little data center. I think it's called Colossus. Okay. And it's built. Yeah, exactly. So it's built to do his AI stuff. I think it's for XAI in like Twitter's thing. The thing is that data center is polluting the area, and it's hurting the community. Now it's in Memphis, and it was intentionally put there because I guess it's okay to hurt that area, which it shouldn't come as any surprise that predominantly Black, and yeah, that's where that's where they're at. And so this is actually a trend with data centers, especially now.
Yes, it is. Yep. And in Louisiana too.
That's one of those things where my background is in IT, and so I definitely, I've definitely shifted positions on this since then. But years ago, I looked at it from, I guess, the like a gentrified liberal stance, which is, oh well, this is going to bring jobs to the area. This is going to bring, oh hey, this is good. But actually, no, not really, and especially not now, because of how much more available the internet is as far as being able to access data centers remotely. It's not going to bring tons of jobs to an area necessarily. That's not a thing you can rely on. You might get a tiny pop from construction, but that's about it. And the downstream effects, the pollution, especially to communities, if it's poorly run, that's a real thing. And it does seem as if that is a standard whenever we're talking about the companies that are running these data centers.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
I mean, it comes to no surprise. Elon Musk with XAI, Meta apparently.
Yeah,
I think
Bezos.
Meta is the other one, and
Yes.
this is I think it's called Hyperion is the name of the data center. I was doing some reading on it in for Louisiana, and it's Meta. And is there another? There's another big name in there. I think it may be Google.
I think, but yeah, Meta's the one that we're
Yeah.
hearing about a lot.
Okay. So with that in mind,
Yeah.
unfortunately, communities of color are the ones that bear the brunt of the bad when it comes to these types of things. And so with that in mind, obviously data centers are popping up in Louisiana, new ones are being built, and also Shreveport has a history outside of data centers, just infrastructure in general, of some issues. Recently, there was I think that they just lifted a boil water advisory for Shreveport. Is that right?
Oh yeah, I mean they're always happening. Yes,
that's wild.
It is. So my dad was military. I lived in 9 different states. I've never lived somewhere that has consistent boil advisories. Like, and it's just normal. It's so normalized. Oh yeah, we're under a boil advisory. Like no big deal.
That's crazy.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
I've never lived somewhere that has that needs boil water. I live in I grew up in the sticks of Georgia. I've never had to boil water. The fact that we're boiling water in America because it's not clean, that seems kind of crazy.
It's beyond crazy. And the impacts of just the water quality. Think about all the restaurants, all the businesses. Like how does this impact our economy? Why would people move here? It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy that this is where we are.
Has
Louisiana.
Mike Johnson said anything about that? Or
of course not.
No. Oh, well, yeah, not surprising.
Why would he? Yeah.
He's a little too busy. He can't say much. His mouth is occupied elsewhere.
Yeah, there's some.
I'm sorry. I said my bad. Sorry.
What would you push for as far as resolving that?
Yeah, so I think Suli made the point of separating data centers from AI. I think AI itself, like a lot of things, is a tool. Like the internet years ago, there are good and bad ways that we can use it. The data centers themselves, it's crazy how little regulation has been implemented around data centers. So we absolutely need federal guidelines on data centers, on regulations, looking at environmental studies. Like there are no environmental studies done that for these data centers. And actually what's crazy in this area is that all of our municipal elected people on different boards and mayors are under NDAs. And so I think I read a few days ago, it's over 50 Louisiana public employees, elected employees, are under NDAs because of these data centers. How is that allowed? How is that okay?
Government officials are under NDAs.
Government officials are under NDAs for these data centers.
That just sounds illegal.
Right? Isn't it? I feel like it has to be.
That just sounds like it's wide open for corrupt. Wow.
Yes.
How much are they getting? Holy shit. That's the only
Oh, so many questions that are not answerable.
I have so many questions now. Holy shit. Wow. This is and the water thing too is it's very reminiscent of echoes of Flint, Michigan, and different things like that. And the more that pop up, and the more that we endanger our clean water supply, it's what are we doing? And also, of course, now we're gutting the EPA and we're doing all these different things, and we're just loosening all of these protections. And what's going to be left? What's going to be left for people? Who is going to step up and protect constituents. We need
Hmm.
people. We need people like you to actually step up and do it.
Yeah, yeah, it's insane.
Um, well, I know we're kind of pushing up on it. I guess the one last thing, kind of I guess wanted to hit on is I guess ask you what 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 do you want to tell people in terms of what do you need for your campaign? I assume you're obviously you're looking for I'm sure volunteers and for donations and different things like that. And so, would you like to take a minute and let people know how they can help?
Absolutely. So again, thank you everybody for being here, for allowing me the opportunity to talk to and with you. Our campaign is not a protest campaign. There are a lot of campaigns that are, like anti Mike Johnson, anti so and so. Like, we have a true path to win because here in our district, we have a large Democratic population. Again, not taking any vote for granted, talking to every Democrat who's registered. We have a very large portion of people who are independent slash no party. And there are a lot of Republicans who are fed up with the status quo and who see that Mike Johnson is not representing them. So we truly do have a path to win here in Louisiana for in 2026. To do that, though, we need help. And so what that looks like is number one, volunteers. You can volunteer from anywhere. If you are local, then you can help with canvassing. We can talk. We are having a volunteer event this coming Friday. I believe somebody on my team correct me, but I believe it's Friday at 6:30. And we're going to be sending out information about our volunteer rally. But if you're on the ground, we can canvas. If you're not, we're phone banking. You can do that from anywhere. We're writing letters. And so we're asking people either to write letters, we can give you some information on that, or to donate to support our letter writing campaign. It costs $1.07 to send a 2-ounce letter. And we want to inform people about the new primary system, about the ability to vote in the primary, even if you're no party, and the 5 amendments that are going to be on the ballot that they're trying to sneak in this election instead of the general. So you can help us with that. Phone banking, like I said, you can help us with research and policy. You can also help us on social media. So you can join the social media team, and just any sharing, liking, subscribing, anything from all of our socials is so, so, so helpful just to get our name out and the word out. And then finally, all this unfortunately takes money. So any money that you are able to donate to the campaign, like I said, either $1.07 to send a letter, multiples of that, or anything that you are able to donate to the campaign, it's just really beneficial so that we have gas money to get to these 20 parishes and we're able to talk to as many voters as possible.
I mean, I think that I think that everything is helpful. I'm sure, and and volunteers and sharing on social media and all those different things. But I do firmly believe that and having worked on and helped with a campaign before, um, Matt definitely needs the financial support. I'm sure, and I'm sure he doesn't want to
Mhm.
say it over and over. So I'll say it. I'm sure that's what he needs. So if you are so inclined and you've liked what Matt has said and you would like to support, you can, like I said, I've put a link in my bio in the link tree
Mhm.
to donate directly through Act Blue, so you know exactly where it's
Yep.
going. You can
Mhm.
also go through his bio. If you're over on the
Mhm.
tube, you can find a link. My link right down there in the description is the link tree. You can also find it right there. But you guys, if we can stay engaged. Now, the primary is May 16th, right?
May 16th, early voting starts May 2nd, which is a Saturday. Of course, there's no early voting May 3rd because we don't want to do souls to the polls on a Sunday. So we're skipping May 3rd and then 4th through 9th.
Of course, because
Yeah.
Lord's Day.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah. We got to take it off.
that's right. Exactly. Um, well, that's amazing. Nemo, did you have anything else that you would like to add or ask, or what? You got anything?
Uh, no, no, I think you covered everything. I was gonna ask about the dates, but yeah, you
Oh, okay.
nailed that part.
Um,
But yeah, I
yeah.
appreciate talking to you.
Same.
Thank you
Same.
so
Yeah.
much.
Thank you. We both really appreciate you being here with us. This was great, and I don't know. I mean, I think that we're pulling for you. So I hope that I hope that we can have another conversation maybe
Absolutely.
after the primary, and we could talk about what to do about that silly little grinning Cheshire cat who is ruining
Mm.
Congress
Hmm.
one step at a time. That would be great. And for those of you, real quick, the last thing I'll say, for those of you who heard that plus 26 number and you shook your head, don't forget what we have been seeing all across the country in all of these elections. Don't forget what we have been seeing, and don't forget the way that voters are peeling off from MAGA. They are
Hmm.
not happy. And if you think that you've seen something thus far, wait until we are running up on the midterms and gas is still $1 higher than it was this time last year. Okay? So don't just poo-poo this, and don't say, "Well, it's Mike Johnson's district in Louisiana." I don't want to hear that from anybody. All of these folks have got a legit shot, and so let's offer our support where we can. So that's what I would say. But Matt, we won't take up any more of your time. We really appreciate you being here with Nemo and I. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right.
I appreciate it.
You take care, friend. All right. See
Okay.
ya. Bye.
Go on.
See ya. Bye.
Matt Agnolog for Congress, you guys. That's our first political candidate that we've gotten to have here on the show. Let's rework this now. All right, put everything back. Hopefully I can. I think I can.
Yeah, so this is the panel. You'll have to switch from, or I'm sorry, this is grid.
Oh, I need.
You'll have to switch from grid to, I think it's panel.
Yeah.
Actually, there are multiple
There it
like
is. I
layouts
got it.
in
There we
grid. I don't know.
I got it now. Holy cow. It's fine, guys. I got it. Not used to this whole thing. There we go. We did it. We did it. There we go. We're back. Fantastic. Once again, thank you to Matt. Thank you to Matt for joining us. I know that we appreciate it. This is different and exciting, and I really appreciate you guys being here and listening, and that's good. I hope we get a chance to do more of this, and bring you guys different folks. So that's really cool, really fun. So thank you to Matt. Thank you. In the meantime, if you voted for Donald Trump, we would like you guys to hop up in the box. We're going to go back to our regular old format now, and we're going to turn our phone lines on. So if you voted for Donald Trump, you can either call in or you can request up. Guys, we are only looking for Trump supporters. So although you might want to chat with us, otherwise at this point in time, we are just looking for Trump supporters. Just going to double check. There we go. The line is on. It is working. And we're going to pin the number up over in the chat on the tube side. So glad you guys are here. Let's do that. Put that up. And on to the regular old debates. So, let's see here. Nick, do we have a mod announcement as we get started here?
Indeed, indeed.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. So that was an amazing start to our evening. So important to to hear these things no matter where you are at, and to show our support no matter where we are at. So I encourage everyone to do that. Right now, let's get our numbers up in every way. Let's get those taps in, 30 seconds of a tap. Grab your daily heart me, get this pushed out to the FYP. Things have been wild today. I think Nemo, if he was in his box, and Matt too. Matt, you were on earlier. Things have been wild. So let's bring people in. Let's get this going and have all the great conversations. Share this out. If you're over on the tube, you can, obviously, we need you to subscribe. If you look down, there are ways to support Matt and Nemo down there as well. If you are a Trump supporter, please call the number on the screen or request up if you're on TikTok. And if you're here on TikTok, please support Matt and Nemo, both with gifts here. And they also have the links in their bios. So thank you to everybody.
Thank you, Nick. We appreciate you, friend. And we will, I'm sure we'll catch you later on. Thanks.
Most certainly.
Excellent. Bye.
Bye.
W's for Nick, for all of our mods. We love all of you guys. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate you guys sharing the live. Appreciate you guys helping us with appreciate you guys sharing the live. Appreciate you guys helping out with everything, not just with my live goal, but please make sure that we're taking care of Nemo equally. I mean, I feel like he should be well on his way to being over 3K coins. So I'm just throwing that one out there. So just saying, if we can knock that out, that would be great. And once again, links in bios for additional support. If you're over on the tube, you can find those down in the description. We really appreciate that. Hello, friend from Australia. Hello. Let's see who we got here. I put careers
on shelves.
Okay. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
How old are you and what state did you vote in?
I'm 22. I'm from South California.
Okay. Why do you still support Donald Trump?
Because we need to get rid of these people in the Middle East and the things they're doing. All right. They're a liability to life. They're a liability to the safety of Earth and the American people, and they have to go.
I don't understand. How does that
essentially right? These people across.
I'm sorry, I was in the middle of a sentence. If you don't let me finish my,
you said you didn't understand.
If you don't let me finish my question, you can't answer it. You need to calm down, liquidity. Anyways, my question was, I'm not sure how anything you just said equates to why do you support Donald Trump? So let's try that again. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Donald Trump is supporting certain groups of people in the elimination, not the necessarily elimination, but the disenfranchisement of other highly volatile, dangerous, and armed groups of people that have to unfortunately go. And that's just how it is.
That doesn't make any sense.
Essentially this, right? These people are in the process of creating many, many weapons of dangerous capability. There is a faction in the Middle East called the IDF that is essentially splintering the Iranians, right? And we need to subdue these people in order to protect the security of not just America, but everyone on this planet. Okay. Everyone
you
needs
know
to be
what?
safe.
I agree with you. We should be subduing the IDF. I agree. We
No,
shouldn't be.
no,
I
no,
agree with
no.
you. We should not be funding the IDF anymore. I agree. Thank you very much. You're actually appreciate you
You
for
are
making some sense. You just said there's a group of people that we should be subduing, and that's the IDF. Thank you very much. You said something intelligent. Good, nice job.
You're incorrect.
Good work. No, that's what
You're
you just
incorrect.
said. That's what you just said.
I'll re-clarify because your hand needs to be held through this life.
I'm so sorry, Liquidity. Those were the words that just came out of your mouth. Now, what might have happened is that you phrased the whole thing the wrong way because you kind of suck at using the English language. But did you want to rephrase?
Incorrect.
Did you want to rephrase what you said?
The IDF, while maybe sometimes extreme in their methods, are a useful ally in order to neutralize certain threats. Donald Trump takes a very he takes a certain kinship with the IDF that is very beneficial to our national security.
Yeah, so
right?
like killing 100,000 people in Gaza for no reason. He has kinship with that, right? Hello? Hello? You know you don't have to mute when you're doing a bump, right?
You dumbass.
I think I might have nailed that one.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Yeah. I don't know why you're muted. I asked you a question. Anyways. Okay, cool. Well, good talking to you. Hey, can I thank you to Whitney on the Blue app. It said, "Did you see the next protest is the 25th of this month and wins against ICE detention facilities, denying the facilities water and sewer from the city so they can't open." Thank you, Whitney. Hi, thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, but I low-key just wondered, like, what flag is that?
Which flag?
The one on your microphone. It, like, looks cool.
Oh, well, thanks. I'm glad you like it. Anyways, how old are you and what state did you vote in?
Illinois.
And how old are you?
19.
What year are you born?
Fuck.
Damn.
Off to a great start tonight. I mean, we were off to a great start tonight. Now we're not. So
You gotta have that one ready to go.
oh boy. Once again, guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, Nemo and I would like you to hop up in the box and let's have a conversation. Or if you're over on the tube or on Twitch, you can give us a ring. The number is right above my head, or you can see it pinned in the chat in the tube. Either way. Either way. Someone in the chat said, Nemo, don't give him advice.
Yeah, that's a good point. Why not let younger people speak? They can't vote, and we're not going to talk to minors.
It's also against TikTok's terms of service. TikTok doesn't allow us to. It would have our live taken down. So we're not literally not allowed to. So, there you go. Let's see what we got here. Rosie, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Oh my God, that was an accident. I'm so sorry. I don't know how I hit that button.
That's okay. It's all good. I was hoping so because you look very nice. You look like a nice person. So I was hoping you were going to say no. So I hope you have a good rest of your evening. Okay.
Yeah, you too. Thanks.
Take care. That looks like a nice person. So once again, guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, you can hop on up and let's have a chat. If you're over on the tube, you can give us a call. We've got about 750 folks in here over on the TikTok side, and I don't know, over on the tube. We got a decent number. Forget exactly how many, but I don't know, pushing like 100 people over there, and wondering why there's 80 people over there, and wondering why there's no one who wants to talk about Donald Trump with us. It's almost like you guys are oddly not wanting to discuss him anymore. That's crazy.
Yeah. Could be that wild post that he made where he was Jesus.
Could be. Real quick, thank you, Leah Pluridon over on the tube for the hound gift. That's really cool. Thank you, friend. Appreciate you, and thank you to Stephanie also for the gift of the flower. I appreciate you guys. Also appreciate you guys over here. Once again, please make sure that as we are pushing through, I appreciate you guys both helping out not only with my live goal, but make sure that we're pushing Nemo up. Should absolutely be over 3,000 coins if we can. Let's make that happen. Hi, thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Okay, how old are you and what state are you in?
I am 25, Vermont, actually, but also not a Democrat, surprisingly.
Well, you voted for Donald Trump, so.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Why do you still support Donald Trump?
I think the still is depending upon which category or policy you want to talk about specifically. I was doom scrolling and just came across the numbers, so figured I'd pop in. But I guess support him on some things, not on others, of course.
Well, maybe you could tell us why, or a reason why you still support him right now.
Sure. So let's work through the hot topics, I suppose. Immigration. I support the deportation sort of policies put forward. I think that we look at the United States, or you can look at Europe, and you can kind of see the issues that occur with mass immigration as far as the lack of integration. I think both the United States and Europe, except for Poland, has a big issue when it comes to mass immigration because there is lack of a desire to assimilate to a different culture. The war has been an interest, specifically Iran has been an interesting take. Not necessarily thrilled with the amount of tax dollars and defense budget that's being poured into supporting Israel and their agenda, but also not necessarily against some of the actions taken against Iran, just due to it is a hostile state. That is inevitable, and I think regardless, whether you are Republican or Democrat, we're going to have enemies that you have to face and deal with at some point in time. Or some other major issues.
We can start with those two.
Start with those. Okay, cool.
I don't know, Nemo. You want to pick one to start with? You go. Okay.
We can start with immigration. I think that's a good one.
Oh yeah, that's fine. I'll start. Great. Let's talk about immigration. That's fine. Yeah. So big problem up in Vermont, huh?
It depends what sector of work you're talking about specifically. But we do certainly have maybe not a problem, a bigger problem as the inner cities do. In general, when it comes to violent crime or
No, it was a joke. You have zero problem. I live in Massachusetts. You guys have no problem
Okay,
there.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's a joke. Yeah, you have zero problem
Okay,
in
yeah.
Vermont. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Just like we have no problem here. Just like nobody up here. So it's a really weird thing that would be
Okay.
oh, that's cool, team. That's a really
Nice.
weird thing. W's Jamie for giving that to Nemo. Oh, and me. Oh, yay. It's a really weird thing to be concerned about, considering where you live, because this doesn't affect you in the least.
Not necessarily. I mean, you just because let's say I visited a lot of inner cities, right?
Well,
Just
you
because
keep
of
saying
problem.
time out. Stop.
Yep.
You keep saying the word inner cities. What do you mean?
I've mentioned it several times. Yeah.
What?
Just larger metropolitan areas. I mean, I didn't think I'd have to explain.
Yeah,
their
we
inner
don't
city.
really use the term inner cities. You can just say cities. And what cities? What cities are those?
I mean, you name it. New York City. I've visited Boston. I've been to
Cool, that's where I live.
Atlanta. Yep. Brief
Yeah.
visit to LA. I wouldn't say I know the city.
Awesome.
Maybe
So a bunch
focusing
of
on cities necessarily.
So a bunch of places that don't have high crime. So I'm not again
far
and that don't have high crime, and L.A. I mean L.A. has a higher undocumented population, but other than that, New York, Boston, and Atlanta do not. So I'm
Okay.
still not sure what you're getting at.
So maybe it was a poor start to an analogy that I didn't even get to finish. But your comment was that I'm from Vermont. I don't necessarily have to deal with illegal immigration. I'm from Vermont. I don't necessarily have to deal with a lot of gun violence. But one thing Vermont is big on and has been big on, is restricting Second Amendment rights. So, for example, mass school shootings is an issue. We haven't had one in Vermont as long as I've been alive, but yet we still react to those things. So me being from a place that doesn't necessarily have the problem doesn't cancel me out or restrict me from being concerned with problems nationwide. Like we've had a magazine capacity reduction, and that wasn't based on anything happening within our borders. That was all due to things going on with the country. So me being in a state that doesn't have a problem doesn't necessarily mean things happening within the greater United States doesn't affect me. That's a poor argument. It directly reflects in Vermont.
I mean, I think that the gist or the implication of that framing is that what is it specifically that you see as being so deleterious or negative related to immigration to the point that we would need some type of mass deportation operation, as Donald Trump puts it?
Okay, that's a fair take. Or fair question, I would say. I think it is a valid choice or route he has gone through when it comes to the targeting and mass deportation of illegal immigration, because of things I'm seeing other places, as well as some things that we are seeing here. So voting is a super big thing with a lot of states changing voter policies. You don't necessarily need a valid form of ID. That certainly affects whether or not I voted for Donald Trump or anyone else. Hey, if we have undocumented immigrants voting in our voter system, that would be a potential problem. As well as
Undocumented immigrants aren't voting, though.
What's that?
Undocumented immigrants aren't voting, though.
Hold on. I'm breaking up. The comment was undocumented immigrants aren't voting?
Correct. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't understand the fear that you're going on there.
So that would be one of the potential issues. But just like violent crime, or I could go through and list a slew of things that come from illegal immigration that both the United States and Europe, who is also now changing policies, like it does certainly affect the greater United States having undocumented people in our system.
I mean, so again, I mean, you didn't really, I guess, address the point. So as far as voting is concerned,
I may have misunderstood the question. I apologize.
right? So I mean, you brought up voting as you were talking about undocumented immigrants, and then you brought up voting as like a fear related to that. But undocumented immigrants are not voting. It's illegal for them to vote. It would literally be a felony.
Hello? You still?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Hold on. Let me. Hold on. I'll call back.
Oh. Oh well, damn it, dude. Sorry. Maybe he'll call us back here in a second. There you go.
I was just gonna say we don't claim him.
No.
I want to clarify.
Gotcha. That was it. Yeah. Well, sorry. I mean, I was gonna see maybe he'll call back, but you guys, I'm not gonna lie though. You guys do have really rough cell reception up there. This is a problem.
I'm sorry. What was that? Could you repeat that? I didn't catch that. We had bad cell service.
Yeah, I know, right?
We don't claim him. I just wanted to clarify. Thanks, Phyllis, for just make sure that we separate, because there are pockets. I will admit there are pockets in our state that certainly do include people with his ideology. But maybe he's back.
Here he is.
Okay.
Hello. You got better service this time?
Can you guys? I can hear you more clearly, so that works.
We can hear you, and we've got a friend of ours who is also from Vermont. So we've got someone else even here who's even got some local experience. So we look at that. We've got help.
Oh, no way.
Oh yeah.
That's awesome. They'll probably attest. The only real thing we see with immigration is typically with agricultural things. I know I grew up working on a farm with illegal immigrants. I don't know.
How about the entire hospitality industry?
There is a lot hospitality industry. I would also say your Ubers, I don't know.
Right. So what's the crime? So what's the first of all, do you know what the per capita student spending is in Vermont education system?
Per capita student spending? No.
Okay, you probably should learn that. You should learn that. Okay.
I should
talk about things that should matter. There are you. So how volatile is the hospitality and tourism industry in our state?
How volatile? I would say it's pretty steady.
Really?
As far as
seasonal demands, labor.
What do you mean by volatility? As far as from the perspective of someone coming to visit Vermont for a season, I would say they have
labor,
minimal issue.
Labor
as far as what? What
who
labor
works
demands
the jobs? So I was hoping I didn't have to break it down this simply. Do you understand there's a massive immigrant population in our state, not only agricultural, seasonal work, but also the hospitality and tourism industry. So you want to jeopardize, because in your belief, you support this mass deportation program. You want to jeopardize the Vermont economy. Is that what you're saying?
Jeopardize. So that is a bold statement, jeopardize the Vermont economy. The Vermont economy is already jeopardized by in-state issues. Healthcare.
You want to make it worse?
No. Let's go through the slew of
immigration.
issues.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. You brought up immigration. That's why I requested. So we're not going to move away from it. We can certainly discuss the in-state issues that we have. But my question specifically is that you support immigration, which would absolutely cripple the Vermont economy.
Yeah, I support the deportation of illegal immigrants. Absolutely. My family is an immigrant family. As of not 10 generations ago, as of my parents.
We're all families of immigrants.
Which was legal immigration.
We're all
So
families of immigrants, all of us.
okay, yes, but you get what I'm saying. I'm not trying to say like
No,
a
I don't.
general thing. I'm
No,
trying to
I
say my
don't.
family
You got this
went
script
to
in your head,
a
bro.
pro-
You got this script in your head. It does
What
not. It
script?
does
What
not
script is
impact.
it?
It does not. It does not negatively impact our state. It does not
Illegal
negatively
immigrants
impact our
do
economy.
not.
Immigration is a net positive to our country. Nemo and Matt have
So if
broken
it's
this
a
down
net
for you.
positive, then why do borders exist? This general policy that just bringing in billions of people from states
Billions?
of
What?
not billions.
Where are
That was
they all?
it's
Are they
clearly
living?
an
Do they live in South
exaggeration.
Burlington?
Clearly, that was clearly an exaggeration.
They're in Sherborne,
Clearly.
Vermont.
Exactly. They're all in Rutland, probably.
Yeah.
No, see,
No,
this is the problem, man.
No,
You got this.
this
Bro,
overarching.
can you listen for a second?
I
Can you
have
just
a
listen for a
script.
second?
I have a script. You have this overarching concept that just bringing
can
in
you listen-
people
can you
is a
listen
net
for a second,
positive.
man?
It's not.
Can you listen for a
You
second?
just
please?
dominated the conversation.
Caller, hang on, caller. Just relax for 1 second. We'll give you
Okay.
a chance to respond, but let my friend Steve have a moment, okay? Just 1 second.
The thing is, man, you tried to make it. You tried to make the claim that it negatively impacts our state. It does not. Immigration on the whole, whether it be undocumented or not, and by the way, I don't even think you know what undocumented immigration is. Immigration as a
Okay.
whole is a massively net positive to our entire nation. We would crumble. Do you know that? I think it goes back, fact check me on this, Matt, but I think it was the Cato Institute that did this study going back like 25 years, like $14.3 trillion in contribution to the GDP.
No, I'm
30
sorry.
years,
No,
goes back
no.
to the 94.
30 years. And you're
Okay.
wrong. I'm sorry, you're wrong. $14.5 trillion.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. So if it's such a negative, how would we replace that GDP? Do you think Americans are going to work those jobs?
Is that a question I can answer now, or
Is it?
so? No, the issue that you're saying that these immigrants occupy jobs that are less desirable. So, like you're saying, your workforce, or I can name things like Uber or food delivery or agriculture. No, but that's not necessarily because the jobs. That's not necessarily like Vermont has issues that restrict young people as a whole from filling those jobs. If we're talking specifically Vermont is an undesirable state for young people, point blank, period. That is
Really?
an overarching, yes, absolutely.
That's your opinion,
What do you
sir.
mean, really? Yes.
That's your opinion.
Absolutely.
It's just your
And
opinion.
the idea, I absolutely understand the difference between legal, documented immigrants and illegal immigrants. And this overarching idea that you can just import a ton of people undocumented,
Explain it then.
it's
Explain the
ridiculous.
difference.
To
Explain the
fulfill
difference.
these jobs, as well as, and I could pull if I need to search and pull up statistics, I will. But when you have a ton of people come in from poor, like restrictive third world countries who cannot financially support themselves, that absolutely throws a burden on the tax dollar and the working tax-paying individual. What do you mean how? If I decide to take 100,000 people from a third world country with minimal skills as far as what we require here in the States to work, who have a hard time speaking English, who have a hard time with X, Y, and Z, they're all undocumented, they absolutely influence and provide a higher tax burden for the taxpayer. We have to support all these people. What do you mean how? I bring 100,000 people from another country who do not have the money or the skills to work jobs that financially support their families. They're going to rely on the government. Absolutely.
No, they're not.
That is
No, they're not.
Why they're not going to rely on the government?
No, they're not. If someone
Do
comes
you
over
want to
here
know?
and can't
No,
afford
no,
healthcare,
caller, listen closely. Do you want to
Yes.
know why they will not rely on the government?
why will they not rely on the government?
They are undocumented. If they identify themselves to the government, they will be deported. They are not eligible for any government programs. They are not eligible for any type of welfare program whatsoever.
If that is
Yes,
the case,
but yeah, they have an ITIN number and they contribute. Funny how that
If that-
works, isn't it?
if that is the case,
It is.
then how are these? I can't give you an exact number. How are all the current illegal immigrants in the United States supporting themselves? If it's not off the government, they're not taking any tax dollars. How is it that they're supporting themselves?
By
They work.
working.
They have ITIN numbers, sir. They work. Are you not
If they
aware of
have-
that? This is an opportunity to learn. Hold on a second. This is an opportunity to learn something. Are you not aware that they get what's called an ITIN number and they pay taxes? They pay into Social Security, they pay into Medicaid, they pay into Medicare, they pay into roads, and they don't reap the benefits. Were you not aware of that?
So let me pull in ITIN numbers.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Spell
So you were not aware of that.
ITIN.
I can spell ITIN.
Yeah. So ITIN is ITIN stands
It's
for
that Vermont
Individual
Education
Tax Identification Number. That's what it stands for. It's basically, it functions essentially as a social security number does with the IRS, but you don't get any of the perks of a social security number.
So speaking from a Vermont perspective, who worked on farms with illegal immigrants, right? This is to me, in my personal experience, an ungodly, unrealistic thing to think the people I was working with who were making half what I was are somehow able to financially support themselves.
How do you know they were making half?
I know how much they were making. I grew up and worked on the farms with them.
How do you know?
I watched them get paid, guy. Like, what do you mean? How do I know? This isn't
How do you know? How do you know, guy? Were you there? Were you there on payday? Did they get a bag of cash and envelopes?
I worked on farms. Yes, I worked on farms for minimum wage, and I watched my coworkers get paid less. And I sat there for the and all.
So we're supposed to take your word for that?
Okay, don't take my word for it. I don't know how else to document that. You want me to pull up their W-2 from the farm?
Do you want to give the name of the farmer who paid them illegally?
No, I'm not going to give the name of the farmer.
If you were able to pull up their W-2s, they were getting paid legally with ITINs.
Pause. The under the table workers were getting paid with ITINs and have a W-2.
You just said, do you want me to pull up their W-2s? You can only give somebody a W-2, which is a tax form, if they're paying taxes somehow, which would mean that they had ITINs.
Yes, I said, do you want me to pull up their W-2s as a joke? Because no one was paid. Everyone was paid under the table at the
farm. Were you paid under the table too?
Yes, absolutely. I was in high school. There was an under the table job. That's a common thing in Vermont.
You were in high school. Got it. Got it. Right, wow, bro. Your argument just blew up in your face, man.
Did it?
Cool story, bro.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah. I mean, I think that ultimately the situation that you're pointing out, that is going to be a niche situation. Broadly, that is not happening. Broadly, and what I mean by that is, are undocumented immigrants working in like farm labor? Absolutely, 100%. Are they working for less than minimum wage? Almost definitely not. And are they working for less than what a citizen would be paid? Sure, but they're also not working for just minimum wage. Farm labor at this point, it's no, the minimum wage would be way too little. That's the
point I was making, and that's from my personal example of working with illegal immigrants in Vermont. So
personal examples don't fly, bro, because you can't verify it, and we can't debate it. So that's why we don't use anecdote.
You're correct.
The other issue is that you mentioned that you were in high school at the time. How old did you say you were now?
I'm 25.
Okay. Oh, was that like, I guess 10-ish years? So
7 years ago.
It's not too long ago, but it's still, I would say that if they're employing high schoolers, then I would just say it's probably a bit of a niche situation. So in any case,
that is a very common thing up here. You can go, if you wanted to take a drive, go to a farm, you'd see a lot of high schoolers working in the field and stuff. That is just it is very niche.
It's not true. It's not true at all. It's complete bullshit. I've lived in the state my entire life. I'm 58 years old. I worked at a farm when I was a kid, at my neighbor's farm, a family farm. Man, stop lying. You're just spewing nonsense to try to
What do you
support
mean
your
stop
argument.
lying?
Stop lying. Stop lying.
It's 11:30 at night. I could go take you on a tour of Vermont to the farms, and you will absolutely see high schoolers working the farms. It's a
At 11:30 at night?
No, I'm saying I said in the morning. In the morning, I could take you, and that is absolutely the thing. I don't know why wouldn't high schoolers work at a farm? It's a very desirable job. It's easy. Most of the time, it's under the fucking table, and then you work with your friends. That's why I was drawn to that. I worked on a farm. Half of it was
Is getting paid under the table legal? Hey, is getting paid under the table legal?
Getting paid on it? No, it's not legal, but it's clearly desirable. It's not the end of the world that high schools are being paid under the table. What do you?
You don't understand what you've just literally just walked into, do you? You have no clue about how you just exposed yourself, do you?
Okay. If I'm gonna jumble up things that I'm concerned about, a couple high schoolers being paid under the table or in a state is no into comparison to the issue I was bringing up earlier of. Now I have to look it up to fucking verify number of illegal immigrants in the States.
Well, so it.
Which you mentioned with the
already.
Number,
I mean, you kind of you dug yourself a hole just then, because, I mean, I wasn't really going to press you too hard on the, high schoolers tending the fields or whatever in Vermont, but you were pretty adamant that it's extremely common in Vermont. So it's not just a couple high schoolers, right? It seems to be a rather widespread thing.
I will say it is very high school, like very common. Like if you're going to the preemies up here, if you're going to a high school shop, you would see a bunch of high schoolers working in the ice cream shop. If you went to like a local recreational pool, a lot of your lifeguards are high schoolers. If you went
and they're paid through W-2, they're not paid under the table.
If you with corporation jobs, yes, you are paid via tax dollars W-2. With a lot of the agricultural jobs, yes, you're paid under the table. So that was the draw as high schoolers, was that our money's not being taxed. Old Farmer Jim's just going to pay us a couple $100 at the end of the week,
which is illegal. Which is illegal.
There are plenty of things that are illegal that I'm not worried about. High schoolers working under the table at farms is not the thing I'm worried about as far as Vermont is concerned.
Okay. Why is it okay for high schoolers and not for undocumented migrants?
So, why is it okay for high schoolers and not undocumented migrants?
Correct.
So the argument I was making is at scale, these under the table jobs does become an issue, especially when
how about answering Nemo's question?
One second. At scale, it does become an issue. Secondly, when tax dollars have to support the mass amount of immigration.
Okay, so when you say at scale, are you saying like statewide or nationwide?
Whichever one necessarily you want to talk about. It seems like the conversation is focusing around Vermont.
The reason why I'm asking is if you're saying statewide, then that's going to kind of remain in the hole that you dug yourself in, which was saying that high schoolers, it's really common in Vermont. It's a very common thing. Okay, well then that's going to end up coming up again, right? Now, if you want to say nationwide, at scale, undocumented migrants working in farm or working on farms are not working for minimum wage. They're not working for under minimum wage. They are working for wages above minimum wage. Is it less than what a citizen would get paid? Yeah, but also they're still getting paid more than minimum wage. And they are, once again, not getting any type of, welfare benefit from that, right? Either they're using an I-10, so it's an above board pay, and if they're doing that, then that money will be taxed, but they again will not be subject to any type of welfare program. They won't be able to apply for it. That's option one. Option two is they're getting paid under the table, just cash, so that money will not be taxed, but that opens up the employer to a whole can of worms as to how they're going to hide that situation. Also, I would then just point to the fact that, okay, even if you're not being taxed on your income, you're still spending money in the community, right? I mean, especially if we're talking about, like, I think it's fair to assume that an undocumented migrant is probably not, rolling in money, and so any disposable income that they do have will be spent. It's a thing in whenever you look at, I guess, economics, where I guess working and middle class, the bottom half of the monetary class structure, pretty much any disposable income gets spent, whereas the upper half, more than likely, any disposable income gets saved. It just gets held on to. It doesn't circulate. And that circulation is a big thing. That is extremely important to the economy, because when you just hold on to the money, you can make the economist argument of, oh yeah, but the bank takes that money and uses it with loans and stuff. You could do that, but it's even that multiplier does not compare to the multiplier that's actually spending the money. Just like going to Bob's Burgers and buying a burger, going to Walmart, buying a t-shirt, whatever. That multiplier is so much higher. And that's why it's so much more beneficial for us to actually spend the money.
I think I see the disconnect. Caller, are you under the impression that every undocumented immigrant in our country gets paid cash under the table?
No, absolutely not. But what I am under the impression is,
how do you think they get paid? Well, how do you think? Wait, hold on. How do you think they get paid?
So whether it be their I-10 and they do legally receive like a W-2 and contribute to taxes, or it is under the table, there is still a burden that exists upon the taxpayer for whether it be the cost of their children for education.
When you say a burden, what do you mean by a burden? What do you say by a burden, though? What do you mean by a burden? What do you mean by that?
Why do I have to define a burden? What do you mean? A burden would be taxes are high. So, for example, Vermont's current population, whatever it may be, I could look it up. If I were to import 100,000 people, 650. If I were to import 100,000 people, of which can only work certain jobs, obviously because they're immigrants, like my parents could only work certain jobs because they were immigrants, didn't understand the language as well. If X, Y, and Z, whatever issues, if I were to import 100,000 poor people, that would absolutely be a burden on the taxpayer.
How would it be a burden?
Your taxes would increase. If I have 100,000,
whose taxes would increase?
So let's take medical care, for example. If I bring 100,000 people from a third world country who have up into X amount of point in their lives, wherever they are in their lives, have not received sufficient medical care, I now have to tend to 100,000 people.
No, you don't.
In regards to medical care, absolutely.
No, you don't, because we don't have.
So none of them are going to go to the hospital.
Time out. Stop, bud. Hold on. Stop. So number one, what you're doing right now is you're just throwing hypotheticals at the wall and you're hoping that they'll stick. That's number one. Number two, don't have. Hey, Chief. Stop. Don't interrupt me. Number one, you're throwing hypotheticals.
You're not going to big dick me here. I'll just hang up.
Oh no! The 25-year-old kid from Vermont hung up on me.
Matt, I think he's from New Hampshire. Let's admit it.
He probably is.
I can drop. You guys got a good show going. I just wanted to chime in.
Hold on one second.
Sorry.
Caller, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, let me put you on hold for. Hold on, caller. Let me put you on.
I know what the flag is, though.
Okay, hang on. I'm just gonna put you on hold for a second, there, caller. Thanks. Steve, thank you for coming up. I agree with you. He's almost certainly from New Hampshire because, wow, that's got to be. But wait, before you go, hold on, Steve. Yeah. Wait, before you go, our friend Erika wanted to come up. She had something very important to say.
Yes, I did.
Fangirl.
Yes. Hi, Steve. Hey, Nemo.
Hi, friend.
All right, Nemo, close your ears. Close them. All right, I just wanted to say 2/3 of my favorite white men are here. Oh, my gosh.
What?
Erica,
Nothing, Nemo.
whatever
You
you,
didn't
I
hear it.
just in case you ever come visit me in Vermont,
Mhm.
that
Okay.
gentleman who was just on the call does not live here.
He doesn't live there? Okay, got
No.
it. Noted. And like I was thinking like Vermont, like the economy in Vermont is definitely known for like its tourism and maple syrup, right?
Yeah, agriculture. Yeah,
Okay, agriculture. Okay, all right. I was just thinking of maple syrup for some reason. I don't know
that
why.
too. Best in the
Okay,
world.
got it. Got it. All right. So that's all I wanted to tell you guys. Nemo, close your ears. Is Dan is number one. I just want to let you all know that. All right, because I don't want word to get back to him. Dan is number one. Wink, wink. All right. Don't tell my bestie I did that. He'll kill me.
so much. There's so much to unpack there. Anyways,
Really? No, it's not.
no, there's not. No, I'm just kidding.
Take
I'm just
it.
giving you a hard time. I'll take.
All right, bye, guys.
Yes, ma'am. Bye, Erica.
Bye,
Appreciate you.
Erica.
Steve, thank you for coming. I'm glad you came up. That was amusing. I appreciate you very much, friend. Thanks for coming up. Okay, and
Back at you.
And we'll catch you soon. Okay.
See you tomorrow. Thanks,
All right,
fellas.
Later. Bye.
Yeah.
W's for our friend Fax there. We appreciate you, Steve.
Hey.
Caller, thank you for holding on. Appreciate you. Okay, so
yeah,
you
great
voted
music.
for.
Sorry.
Oh,
Great music.
Sure. Yeah, it's just the generic hold music.
Honestly,
so anyways,
I just want to know what the flag was. It looked cool, but you didn't answer my first time. So I was just wondering, is it like the New England flag or?
No. Why does it matter what flag it is?
I thought it was cool. I was just wondering.
It's a Lebanese flag.
Where's that at?
You don't know where Lebanon is?
Is that like next to Israel?
Yeah.
Yep.
Good job.
I just took my Middle Eastern quiz in my geography class, so
awesome. How old are you?
Why are you in a geography class?
Yeah.
Because I'm a freshman in high school,
There you
and
go.
I'm also.
I'm sorry. We
pre-A.
only do 18 and older because terms of service. But we appreciate you. I hope you have a good night. Okay. Take care.
Oh yeah, you too, man.
All right. There's no offense to anybody, but terms of service dictate that we can only talk to people who are 18 and older. Okay, guys? No offense to that last caller. Thank you for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Okay. How old are you and what state did you vote in?
Illinois, and I'm 27.
Okay. Then why do you still support Donald Trump?
Can we talk about AI? I just want to hear what your thoughts are. Like, what are we going to do?
No, not really. Could you just tell us why you still support Donald Trump?
You don't want to talk about AI? And how that can impact everyone?
Yeah.
Is that all you care about?
Is that the only thing you got?
Is that the only thing I got? No, I mean, I'm worried about our debt, too. We're spending $1 trillion in interest on our debt.
Yeah?
That's more than the defense spending, and I think education, too. I'm worried about it. Also, our supply chain with China. Like, if we got in a major conflict with China, like, tomorrow, like, and all imports from China stopped, like, I don't think we'd be okay. I think, like, 90% of the magnets are made in China, and those go into, like, our defense technology and stuff like that. Just some things I've been worried about. And AI. I'm worried about AI. I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
I mean, AI it's a bubble.
I hope it's
should
a bubble.
it
You think
be
it's hype?
something that people are concerned about? Sure. I feel like right now we're looking at a bubble more than anything, and so once that bubble pops, it's going to be kind of similar to the .com bubble, where the internet was absolutely a thing that changed society, but also there was a .com bubble and it popped, and a lot of I guess speculation around that it was artificial, for lack of a better word. As far as your point about supply chains in China, I mean, I agree that we are very reliant on China for a lot of different things. I think that Taiwan specifically, we are extremely reliant on.
Yeah.
Taiwan in particular, that is a linchpin situation where we don't really have alternatives outside of, I mean, you could say South Korea, but South Korea doesn't have the same capacity that Taiwan does with relation to semiconductors. And so I agree with trying to bring that back to the United States. The way to do that is not through tariffs. The way to do that is through subsidies. Because if you do it through tariffs, you punish everybody on the promise
Importers,
that...
yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah, the importers are the one that pays the tariff, I know. But,
yeah.
Given our current fiscal and, deficits, you think we'll be able to subsidize it and it'll still make sense?
Sorry, I can't really hear you. You sound kind of muffled.
Oh, sorry, really?
Yeah, repeat what you just said.
You think we'll be able to like make it make sense in terms of fiscal policy, like to have subsidies and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we already subsidize all sorts of industries. I mean, if you're saying that you're concerned about how how we can afford it, then I mean, that's just down to taxing people properly, right? Our tax structure in the United States is broken because Republicans have broken it for the last 40 years. And Democrats, unfortunately, haven't had the balls to unbreak it for the last 40 years. The closest that we got was, I mean, sort of Bill Clinton, and then Obama raised taxes slightly, and that was it.
Do you mean in terms of just the average American versus corporations and high net worth individuals, or what kind of reform would you want to see happen in terms of the tax code?
Yeah, so your average American, as far as taxes for your average American, the only thing that I would add to the average American, so let's just say working class and lower middle class, the only, I guess, tax that I would add to them is the tax associated with Medicare for All, which is, just to keep it simple, about 4%. It's about a 4% tax. And when you do the math on that, it ends up being cheaper to do that than it is for people to continue doing their private health insurance. So that's the only thing I can think of off the top of my head that I would add to your average American as far as taxes go. For corporations, high net worth individuals, so at that point we're talking upper middle class, upper class, and then fuck you money type class. So households making over 400 grand a year. So at that point, yeah, we have to raise taxes. We have to raise taxes on them. And we have to raise taxes on them because there's been wealth consolidation. There's been wealth consolidation for the last 40 or 50 years.
Yeah.
That is absolutely insane. It is disgusting. And it has to be rectified. And the only way to rectify it is to rip that money out of the hands of the people that have taken it. Because that money was taken from the working class. It was taken because productivity has skyrocketed in the same time. The average worker today is orders of magnitude more productive than a worker from, let's just say, the 70s, right? The amount of productivity that you get from a worker nowadays is significantly higher, but the amount of money that they get paid is not significantly higher. In fact, it's I think it if you peg it to inflation, it's barely a few percentage points higher. It hasn't kept up.
CPI, going off the official CPI numbers, you're saying?
Say again?
Going off inflation in terms of the official CPI numbers. right?
Yes, going off of actual CPI. That's what Nemo's talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, I think that the working class gave the rich that money. The rich took it from them. And it's not a matter of quote unquote punishing the rich. It's a matter of fairness, because the extra taxes that would be levied on the rich to take that extra money from them, it doesn't turn them into poor people. It doesn't turn them into an average American at that point. They're still rich after that. They still have way more money than most people will have in their entire lifetimes after it gets taxed. It's just that they have a little bit less. That's the only difference. That's really the thing is, I think that a lot of people that are Republican voters or that are amenable to, I'm a fiscal conservative, that type of rhetoric, they think that the left wants to, when the left says tax the rich, that means take all the money that the rich have earned, right? That they've totally earned honestly, to take it from them and then spend it on whatever. And then that rich person who is benevolent will say, well, that's not fair, and they will stop helping America. No, that's not how that works. You take the excess from them, they still have a yacht, they still have a mansion, they're still rich, right? A billionaire still has billions of dollars. They just have a little bit less. And I think that that's a minor price to pay, because they still get to live like gods. And in the process, the average American gets to, I don't know, live like an average American should.
I mean, given the tax code now, like a lot of those guys, they just take loans out against their stock and then pay zero taxes. Like, are you saying maybe we should tax like unrealized gains as a possible option?
Yeah. So as far as unrealized gains, yeah. I'm a big proponent of wealth taxes. So,
okay, so like over a certain net worth, we just tax a percentage of it.
Yeah. So as far as a wealth tax goes, there are different plans that were bouncing around, especially in 2020. Elizabeth Warren had one. I think that Bernie also had one. So, when people hear wealth tax, they might be a little skittish at first. They might say, "Well, hold on, it sounds like you're punishing rich people because they have all this money." It's property tax. It's the exact same concept as property taxes. Literally a one-to-one comparison, right? That's what a wealth tax is. A wealth tax is on a person's assets, all of their wealth, right? So whatever that is, you take out, you figure out the market value and tax it. Boom, right? Same thing happens with a house, right? Property taxes. It is assessed and it is taxed accordingly. And they are still either paying the mortgage on it or they're still holding on to it. They're not selling it, right? But they are still taxed on it. It's the exact same concept. And so if we're fine with property taxes, then a wealth tax is not really that big of a jump at all. And I think that in the case of Elizabeth Warren, it also doesn't apply to literally everybody. It applies to people that only hit after a certain threshold.
And if I could jump in there real quick too, Nemo, Elizabeth Warren actually just recently released the new plan. She released a new kind of idea on that, and it was something very reasonable. Something like 3% for individuals making some obscene amount of money, that we would tax their like overall net worth by like 3%. And like that's it's very, very reasonable, because like if you're worth billions of dollars and you get taxed 3%, still have billions of dollars. Like, that's not even like, if you stick your money, caller, in an index fund and you get an average rate of return, you've covered your net worth tax. You know, realistically.
Like, okay, so like, let's take it a step further, like illiquid markets, like where you have to be an accredited investor to invest, and say they have a certain net worth. Are you saying they would have to, like, there might be forced liquidation of private investments to pay a wealth tax? Like, I feel like
There's no force. There's no force, dude. Dude, it's just like anyone else. Just like me or you or anybody. If you have to pay your taxes, like this whole like, oh, forced liquidation, like you have to pay your taxes. If I can't pay, but
it's different when it's unrealized gains.
Except it's not. Do you own a house?
Yeah.
Cool. Me too. How do you pay your property taxes?
Well, you can pay it out of earnings, or
cool.
You know what? That's actually a good point. If you spin it as just a property tax, like stocks and equities are just another property that should be taxed. That's a good way to spin it.
My friend, it's genuinely like, Nemo and I are trying to like spin it. It's really just exactly the same thing. It's unrealized gains, because all that you and I are doing is we're just paying the state government, our local municipality, a tax on our property value increasing, and every year that it goes up, we're paying a little bit more, and that's it. I mean, so if we couldn't pay that X amount every year, and we were like, went to our government, we were like, well, I need to liquidate some assets, right? The government would be like, yeah, and tough shit, right? They'd be like,
have they run the numbers on this? And if we do this wealth tax,
yeah, I looked up.
Actually, go ahead.
So I looked up Warren's new proposal. So no tax on households under $50 million in net worth. So that's 99.9% of Americans, literally.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Literally 99.9% of Americans are not subject to this tax. So that's number one. Even the rich person that you probably know, someone, friend of a friend of a friend, more than likely not subject to this tax. So over 50 million. So from 50 million to 1 billion. Everything from that range is taxed at 2%. After 1 billion, everything beyond that is 6%.
Given all the lobbyists and corporate money, do you think it's actually politically feasible, though? I actually think it makes a lot of sense, but do you honestly think it's politically feasible with all the corporate, and corporate money and rich people, donors and all that? You know what I mean?
I mean,
that's what I'm worried about. I feel like we don't even have control anymore. It's just all corporate power money that controls things.
I'm all for like getting money out of politics and all that good stuff. Sure. I feel like something that oftentimes happens, and I understand why this happens, is people will feel kind of defeatist, or just say, well, corporate Democrats have infinite money, and so they'll just drown this out. And is that true? Sort of, to an extent. But also, my retort to that is to look at when, despite establishment money and establishment backing fighting something, it still managed to overcome that. So, for instance, AOC, Bernie Sanders, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, hopefully Graham Plattner soon. There's a lot of examples of people who beat the establishment. In the case of Bernie, he didn't quite beat it, but he won in other ways. Bernie didn't win the primaries for president, but what he did do was make it so everybody listening right now knows kind of what Medicare for All is. They've heard of it. They understand what that is now. They've heard that phrase before. That was his real success. And also really, I guess, making Americans less scared of the word socialism. And AOC is kind of his protege, and she's continued that. So I hope that we see more and more of that. I know that we have been steadily seeing more and more people just embrace the fact that, oh yeah, like socialism's not a scary word anymore. Zohran Mamdani is an excellent example of that. What he is accomplishing in New York City, the greatest tragedy is that he is not a natural born American citizen, because holy God, he could become president of the United States. He could absolutely do it. He's incredible.
100%.
But I think that the point is that, yes, there is a lot of money and power with vested interest in making sure that stuff like this doesn't get through. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't try.
I mean, I know a lot of people are scared of the word socialism. Like, how would you describe it? Like how would it make sense, like fiscally? Like, like I said, we're over $1 trillion in debt already. Like, I'm just kind of confused on how we're going to make like socialism work.
Yeah, I mean, honestly. So there's a lot, like socialism is one of those things where it is a crazy deep topic, and there's all sorts of theory and all sorts of interpretations and all sorts of books on it, right? And there's, people all got their own little special flavor of socialism. It's almost like astrology. And very simply, socialism is the idea that the worker should own the fruits of their labor, not the business owner, right? Or I guess the business, because it's, I don't know, the term would be different, but essentially like the person with all the money. There we go. So the person with all the money in our system right now, the person with all the money that starts a business, they enjoy the fruits of the labor of anybody that they employ, right? And they have that right because they have all of the money, right? Socialism says, well, that doesn't really work. That's not exactly right, because they're kind of exploiting people, right? And so the idea is that, hey, the worker is the reason why you're making money. They're doing the work and you're reaping the benefits. So they should absolutely have a say in how things are run. They should absolutely have more of a cut of that profit, of the fruits of that labor. And if that sounds too, I guess, abstract, co-ops, that's essentially socialism. Is like a cooperative. I don't know if you have any in your area.
I think capitalism's the best system, but we should have like socialist things like Social Security and other programs. Like I don't think actual socialism, which is the government kind of owns the means of production.
It's not that the government does; it's that the people do. See that, and it depends on the type of socialism. But again, and this is important, while I am a socialist, I know that it doesn't happen overnight, and I'm not advocating for, hey, we're just gonna flip the economy on a dime, because that's not how that works. And so gradual shift is fine. So what you're describing, yeah, that's fine.
All right. Like China's like we don't want to any revolutions or anything like that. Like China would just I feel pick up the pieces and just take us out. Like I feel like we need to preserve the system we have the best we can,
I mean, I agree that China would definitely eat our lunch if we continue to punch ourselves in the face. I think that we should be taking notes from how China runs their economy. We don't have to do a direct one-to-one with them, but we should absolutely be. We should be looking at the way that they run things and learn from it.
Yeah, like have you seen their like 5-year plans and 10-year plans? How they have like set long-term goals, and I feel like we're switching things up every 4 to 8 years, depending, and I don't think it's healthy.
Yeah.
In terms of that, I was thinking about that too.
You also notice how there aren't like a ton of billionaires in China?
There aren't or are, sorry?
There aren't. Like the difference is pretty stark. Essentially, it's not because China doesn't make money. It's because at a certain point, if a billionaire gets too powerful, that's when the government steps in. That's the big difference between China and here. China will the government will intervene in China if a billionaire amasses too much power. In the United States, a billionaire can amass as much power as they want, and the government at a certain point can't even do anything about it.
Like, I don't know much about it, but like, is the average Chinese worker, like, is he happy about his current circumstances, or is it still like kind of like the sweatshop vibe going on? Like, I don't know.
That's not really a thing. I mean, do
you
know that
not anymore?
Do you know that China has a larger middle class than the United States does?
In terms of dollars, or in terms of their currency, right?
No, I mean, as in like the number of people that are middle class in China on a percentage basis is larger than the percent of people in the United States that are middle class. Like now, China says they've eradicated poverty. Now, it's the Chinese government. I'm not saying we should just take them 100% at their word that that's the case. However, based on what they've been doing there, and based on the cost of living, and based on how much their workers get paid, they're doing pretty well. They have less poverty than we do. They have a larger middle class. It's a little difficult to go by those old tropes of, they're all working for slave wages and it's all sweatshops and it's those people are miserable and it's terrible. I think we've kind of moved away from that. Like, we know what those people, what their lives are like and what they live like. And I'm not saying that there aren't poor people in China or there aren't people in some form of poverty, but on the whole, their middle class is firmly larger than ours, and that's concerning. We're the United States of America. We should have the largest middle class in the world, quite frankly. That's my opinion. We should be a bastion of the middle class. That was the whole point of America, right? Like, mom, dad, 2.5 kids, dog, house, the American, good old American dream, right? But can't do that anymore. Absolutely not.
You could barely graduate high school, be like a factory worker, and like have a stay-at-home life and like support a couple kids.
Exactly.
You can't do that.
Exactly.
Can't do that.
Right? Can't do that. Can't do that anymore. Good luck doing it with 2 incomes. You're scraping by.
A degree.
With a degree, with multiple degrees, with graduate degrees.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's kind of crazy, man. So yeah, that's when we talk about China, I think we have to recalibrate our thoughts on what they're doing. I'm not saying we have to be just like China, but we need to get this whole idea out of our head that socialist programs are scary or that they're bad inherently. They can save us money. They save us money. They can save us time.
Really?
They can be
Can you
good.
explain how? I'm one of those guys that like is a little scared of when I hear socialism.
Yes.
Like,
here's a perfect example
how can
for
you
you.
save money with socialism?
Perfect example for you. Nemo and I both love universal health care, Medicare for all, right?
Yeah.
You know what we're talking about when we say that, right? So that would be single payer health care. So everybody gets health care. We pay our taxes, and the government provides a basic form of insurance, quote unquote. It's just the government. It doesn't mean that the government is in charge of doctors. It just means that they're providing the service that insurance companies once provided. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we were to switch over to that system, by any study that's been done on a yearly basis, the United States would save between $200 and $600 billion in healthcare costs alone. Just period. That's how much money we would save in healthcare costs. Between $200 to $600 billion. I know that's a wide range because there's a lot of different factors that would go into it. Depends on how the system would be implemented. It depends on a lot of different stuff, right? But even if it's a low end, could you imagine if we saved $200 billion a year in healthcare costs in America? Like, that would be wild. And then turn it around. You're not paying for health insurance anymore. And you'd say, well, but I bet my taxes would go up. And sure, your taxes might go up 3 or 4%. But if your taxes go up 3 or 4% and you're not paying whatever it is that you're paying, because I know that my health insurance, if it's just for me for 12 months out of the year, just for me, but like just me by myself, is gonna be just over $8,000 a year. That's what I'm paying in health insurance. I damn sure am not paying that much in taxes for universal health care. So I'll save money. And as a business owner, I'm not paying $70,000 or $80,000 a year to provide the health insurance that I've been providing for my employees. So then I'm saving that money as a business. So now what am I going to do with that extra money that's coming into my business? What am I doing with the extra money that's coming into me personally, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? It's crazy once you start thinking about the implications of what we could do with the money we would all save if we cut out the middleman of insurance companies in America. Because every other developed nation in the world has done this. They spend less money on health insurance per person. We spend the most in the developed nation. It's around $15,000 per person per year, and we have some of the worst health outcomes. So, yeah, we'd save a shitload of money. And you can look up, I encourage you, look up studies on this. You will find study after study after study that backs up what we're saying about this. It's very, like, literally 10 seconds on Google would show you this has been studied forwards and backwards.
I mean,
it
that
makes
sounds
sense
like
too.
a
Like
decent
if you kind of think about it, just just step through it from like a logic standpoint, or just using economic logic. Economies of scale. That's a thing. Also, collective bargaining. Oh wait, my audio's weird. Hold on.
Yeah, no worries. But I mean, does it sort of start to make sense on some level?
Yeah, I mean, but kind of like we talked about earlier, like there's certain powers in place here where I think they make it very hard for that to happen.
I mean, yeah, it's not easy. It wouldn't be done. It would not be easy to do it, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't try. I think that it's just a matter of getting as many progressives into Congress as possible, and then getting the right people in leadership, the people who can actually explain this to people in a way that doesn't confuse them or doesn't bore them to death, and really lays out that this isn't like a woke thing. This isn't a liberal, socialist, hyper left thing. This is an everyday American thing, which is we all have health insurance. We all need health care at some point. And doesn't it make sense that if we're the richest country on the planet, that health care should be something that is not subject to profit? We shouldn't allow companies to make money off our health.
Yeah, and then even like in terms of drugs, like don't people go to Canada and stuff just to get the same exact drug at a cheaper price? Like there's weird stuff where, yeah, you probably know better than me, but like for some reason drugs are like marked up really high in America.
Yeah.
It's because we don't have the same collective bargaining power, because all of our pharmaceuticals are bargained for by all of these disparate insurance companies. Imagine if we had the power of the U.S. government doing it. All of these other countries, that's what they have. They have that collective bargaining tool. We don't.
So it's preserving the bottom line of insurance companies at the expense of the American people.
Bingo.
What are we doing, guys? We got to change this.
Yeah. And I mean, insurance companies really, when you think about it, especially health insurance companies, they're just kind of, I don't know, a bit of a scam. Like, there's just this entity that sits between you and your doctor and says, oh yeah, we'll cover this, or oh no, we won't cover that. And you have to pay them every month. And you don't even really know if they're going to cover something. And then if you do use your insurance, oh shit, you're gonna pay more because you dared to use it, which is just wild.
It's like a perfect example of this. And I don't normally give personal anecdotes because I don't like personal anecdotes because I really just prefer facts, right, and that we can verify. But I'll just tell you this just because. So I said I own a business and I pay for and I run our group health insurance plan. I picked it. I picked our health insurance plan. I pay for it as one of the owners of the country. As one of the owners of the company. Hi, Ari. And so being in that position, I know all about the health insurance plan. I know I can call the people at the company, et cetera, et cetera. I went to my doctor, and I needed a prescription. This was 2 years ago, I think. I needed a prescription that was going to be like a regular thing. And I can tell you, caller, in my entire life, I've never needed a like regular prescription that I was going to have to take all the time. Like I've needed prescriptions that I was going to take for like 6 months or a year or something. But like this is going to be like a long-term thing that my doctor was like, hey, you need to start taking this. And I was like, great, okay, fine. No problem. The first time in my life, this is not like, oh man, this guy, doing lots of healthy, 42 years old, like, I guess I was 40 then, whatever, but no problem. Generic available, so it's not like some insane cost. Do you want to guess what happened?
What?
My insurance company denied me immediately.
Jeez. Yeah.
Why? I'm like, and here's the kicker. I called them up because they're like, oh, well, you can appeal if you'd like. So I called them up to appeal. They denied me. So you know what I did? I called up our insurance agency who sold us the group plan, and I said, I'm canceling our group plan. I want to move to another company. And they're like, why? They said, because of this. I said, this is insane. I've never needed a prescription on this plan, and the minute I need a single prescription, they deny me. My company is literally paying them $70,000 a year. And they did turn around and give me the prescription after that. But how many people can do that? I just happen to get lucky, and I happen to be the one who is making that decision, and I got a chance to go ahead and do that. That's not a normal experience at all. And I still think that I even got lucky being able to do it. So, dude, like, we gotta fucking fix this system. I'm glad that maybe you're seeing that we need to fix this system.
Have you ever heard of D&O insurance, which is insurance for the board of directors that have like class action lawsuits? Like, they won't sit on the board unless they have this insurance, and it covers them. It covers their personal assets against lawsuits. So basically, if they screw up, insurance company will pay them, and they don't lose anything personally on the monetary front. It's kind of crazy. It's called Directors and Officers Liability Insurance. Isn't it crazy that something like that even exists?
I mean, I guess, but I mean, it again doesn't. These things don't surprise me anymore because these are the things that they need. So I mean, everyone has to be protected in some way, because God forbid anyone's exposed in any way whatsoever. But we need to make changes. The way to do this is to stop voting for people on the right and to start voting for people on the left who call themselves progressives, people who want to make change. The more people that we vote in, I know that you think that this is an uphill battle and, the corporations won't go for it and the rich people and the this and that. They're not going to have a choice. They're not going to have a choice to go along with it. The more people that we vote in that are progressive, that are further on the left, they're going to have to do it, because there was a time in this country where there are a lot of things that we have now or that happened now that were thought to be impossible 80 years ago, and we've moved in that direction. There was a time where people didn't think that black people and white people could use the same water fountain. But here we are. So I think we can get ourselves universal health care.
All right, I just want one more point real quick. Is that okay?
Sure.
In terms of like BlackRock, like taking advantage of their low cost of capital and like buying up all the housing and then like forcing people to be renters. Like, have you seen anything about that? Like, what do you think about that? I don't like that at all.
I mean, yeah, it's bad. Yeah.
Yeah, have you guys ever heard about that? Like all those big corporations basically like buying up all the housing and then like renting.
So it really kicked off in it was really after the pandemic that this started happening in earnest. There were attempts to try and curtail that, and whenever Biden was president, didn't really manage to get anywhere with it. I think that now, Trump may have signed an executive order that was essentially the exact same proposal that was being done by the Democrats, which was like the 90-day waiting period for a home, for like a single family home. The idea being, let's just say that a single family home goes onto the market. There's a 90-day period where corporations are not allowed whatsoever to put a price or to put a bid in for it at all. And the idea behind that is to try and give normal people a chance to put in a bid for the home. But yeah, I mean, whenever you have situations where it's it's investment funds like, BlackRock is one, Blackstone, Vanguard, or not Vanguard, what's it called? BlackRock, Blackstone, and then is it Vanguard?
Yeah, Vanguard. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you mean that you're talking about the fund, right? You're talking about the
the companies.
yeah.
I can't remember. I think that it's something. Doesn't matter. They're buying up residential homes, and I mean that it's consistent income, right? They can just put a renter in there, and that's predictable, and they get to raise it every year, and that's just it's a nice little revenue stream for them, and it's terrible, and we should stop doing that.
All right. Thank you very much, guys. I enjoyed the conversation. I hope you guys have a great night.
Thank you. I hope you have a good night too. We appreciate you calling in, and hope you get a chance to think about some of this stuff. I appreciate you being open to some new ideas.
Yeah, I'm gonna do some research.
Okay. Take care.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Well, okay. Well, okay. Hi, thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to put you on hold for just 1 second. We'll be right with you. Need to do a couple of thank yous here, real quick. Ray, sorry, I just saw this a couple of minutes ago. It says you wanted to ask a caller about coming to a country that work. We had people from Uganda and Philippines working on our bases in Iraq. Same concept. I think that was for the kid from Vermont. I'm sorry, missed that. And thank you to Whitney on the Blue app. It said, so the children paid under the table is illegal, no taxes, paid for obvious reasons. At least the undocumented are paying taxes and of legal age to work. Also, same person. And then again, Whitney said, can you ask caller, why doesn't he turn in the farmer for employing undocumented? It's a slap on the wrist, but if it bothers him, why not do something? Excellent point. And then also want to say thank you over on the tube. We've got Melvin with the $5 super chat. He said, tried to get you earlier during the kids' nap, but you got kicked off the tube. What happened? Anyways, Trump picture is sacrilegious and disgusting. Agreed. We got a little timeout, but that we got back, so thank you. Thank you to Deb for the $1.99 super chat. It says helium shortage equals chip shortage equals burst AI bubble. Yes. And then thank you to NR Milford for the $20 super chat. That's so kind. Thank you very much, friend. It says, Matt, I'm still enjoying your live. Thank you for sharing your wisdom and keep telling MAGA to shut the fuck up. I will not stop doing that. I can promise you that. Nemo, you got some?
Yes. So, Nancy, thank you for the cash app. Said, hope this helps with your equipment. Take care. That definitely helps with my equipment. Thank you very much for that. That was very generous. Yeah, thank you. That was nice. Shanda, thank you. Shanda, let me know if it's Shanda or Shonda, but thank you for the PayPal. Said 9 to you, 9 to Matt. I will get that over to Matt. Can't send heart maze on TikTok or any gifts, but want to send you guys something. Well, thank you for that.
Thank you, friend.
And Maggie, thank you for the $6.66. Hail Satan. Said thanks for the knowledge. Well, much like the serpent, I got a lot of knowledge.
Amazing. Thank you so much, friend. We appreciate you guys very much. All right, let's talk to this next caller. Caller, thank you for holding a moment. We appreciate it. Can you tell us how old you are and what state you're in, please?
Yeah, I am 35 in Missouri.
Okay. Why do you still support Donald Trump?
Well, I'm going to be honest here. I just recently, like lately, in the last couple of months, I'm kind of moving, kind of like leaning away from the whole MAGA movement because, you know, the things Donald Trump really campaigned on, it's just all lies. And my question is, like, I was just watching your TikTok live too for a little bit, but my question is, like, how do we get this man out of office? Like,
what? Well, I mean, there are two ways. Well, technically three. But the third one we're not going to discuss because well, I don't need a visit from men in dark suits. But no, I mean, obviously that's kidding. But no, for real though. There's two ways. There's only two ways you can get him out of office. It is the 25th Amendment or impeachment and removal. And for both of those things to happen, or either of those things I should say to happen, you need the Republicans to step up and do something. Because without the Republicans, nothing will happen. Even after November, let's assume that the midterms go the way that Nemo and I think that they're going to go, and we both agree that the House is definitely coming back, and there is now a slight tick up of, I think it's like 51 to 49% chance that the Senate might even go for the Democrat. Oh, we lost him. Oh, sorry, caller. Well, you can call us back. But anyways, to finish my thought, even with that, even if we took back the House and the Senate, you'd still need 67 senators for removal. That's it. So there's no chance that the Democrats, no matter how good they do in the midterms, they're not going to have 67. So yeah.
Yeah. I know that people like to talk about the 25th Amendment, and I make it a point to try and educate people on the 25th Amendment because, unfortunately, and I do blame, I guess, big outlets on the left, like TYT being an example, of misrepresenting how the 25th Amendment works. I think that a lot of people think that the 25th Amendment is basically the entire cabinet says, hey, Mr. President, fuck off, and then that's it. There's nothing after that. Like the end, bye-bye, he goes away, cool, credits roll. It's not how that works. Step one is that. Step one, the cabinet gets together and says, hey, Mr. President, fuck off. And then that person that fucked off, they get to be like, actually, nah, I don't think I'll fuck off. And then what happens? It goes to Congress. And when it goes to Congress, the House and the Senate have to be 2/3 majorities in both. With an impeachment, like just a normal impeachment, it's a simple majority in the House and 2/3 in the Senate. It's actually easier to just impeach and remove than it is to use the 25th Amendment.
It's true.
And I if you think that I'm misunderstanding the 25th Amendment, if you think I'm wrong, go read it.
Nope.
It is laid out in plain English. That is the truth.
Exactly right. 100%. Brent, I will invite you to mute. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
How old are you and what state are you in?
45, Oklahoma.
Okay. Why do you still support Donald Trump?
Well, I'm just wondering, I'll get to that too, but I'm wondering, how would you guys try to impeach Trump? I mean, you guys try to
It doesn't really matter. We're not really here to talk about hypotheticals. So the question is, why do you still support Donald Trump?
Because I like his tax laws, his immigration laws,
He hasn't passed any immigration laws.
Okay, where the illegals can't, come across the border. Stopped all that.
He hasn't passed any laws to do that. So that's not a thing.
Okay, so it stopped a bunch of them from coming, correct?
No.
Oh, so if we had Biden or Harrison, do you think they'd be more over here than there is now?
When did encounters start dropping at the border?
Well, Biden.
When did encounters start dropping at the border?
How many did
when did
Biden
encounters start dropping at the border?
When Biden was in.
Yeah, exactly. In March of 2024. So Donald Trump really hasn't done much of a fuck all. Also, in terms of deportations, he's done worse than Joe Biden did. Even if you compare his first term to Joe Biden's, like if you do it a full 4 years to 4 years, he's done worse than Joe Biden there. If you compare it on a monthly basis, even like if you just tried to extrapolate like his first year versus Joe Biden, like to try to be a little bit more forgiving and be generous for Trump, he's still doing worse. So, no, sorry, I can't even give him credit there.
Oh, no, I mean, we have House, we have Senate. You liberals ain't gonna get it.
I understand.
Like
I understand that you're coping really, really hard right now. How many special elections have the Republicans won since 2024? Out of the 38 that there have been, I'm sorry, no, 42 now. I think, Nemo, is it 42 now? Are we up to 42?
I think you're right. It is 42.
Yeah, 42. Out of the 42 special elections that we've had since 2024, how many have the Republicans won? 42. Out of 42, how many have they won?
Some.
How many?
I don't know the exact number.
The exact number is 3. And in all 3 of those that they've won, the Republicans lost huge amounts of ground. Nemo, in Marjorie Taylor Greene's own district, if I recall correctly, you can correct me on the number, wasn't it a plus 18 for Trump that went down to a plus 6 for Trump? I could be wrong about that.
Was it only plus 18? I mean,
it
was wild. Marjorie Taylor Greene's district, the last time it was a 2-1 margin. I think she got like 70% of the vote.
Oh God, it was even worse. Wow.
That's correct, but who's still in charge?
I'm sorry. Your posit was that the Republicans were somehow going to keep the Senate and the House, and I just proved to you that literally everything is going wrong. Republican voters are defecting left and right. They can't win an election to save their life. And oh, by the way, in the last month, gas has gone up by an entire $1. And oh, by the way, yesterday Donald Trump just pissed off every Catholic in America and a bunch of Christians as well. I would love to know how you think that all those things are just going to be magically better soon.
But we still have House and Senate, correct? Gas is up because of war. That's why.
Oh, who started the war?
Oh, God. Who do you think?
Well, Trump did, obviously.
That's been going on for 40 plus years.
Oh.
Yeah,
why hasn't gas been up for 40 plus years?
Who knows? Because
Wow, that logic just ran smack dab into the mountain in under 2 seconds.
Yeah, with 2 sides of the freeway, correct.
Man.
Gas is up because of a war. Oh. Who started the war? Well, it's been going on for 40 years. Oh. Why hasn't gas been up for that long?
Hey. I mean, Trump's still there. Still have House, Senate. Boo-hoo. What are you guys going to do? Nothing.
Take it.
Yeah, we're gonna take it. Yeah, we're gonna take it. Yeah.
I mean, Brent. I hope you realize
after 2 years, yes.
So Brent.
Yeah.
You've said it a few times now. You're right. The Republicans do control the House, the Senate, and the White House. You're right about that. And
Correct.
What do you have to show for it? You got another forever war in the Middle East, and the economy is in the shitter.
No, actually, economy is shit. My 401k is doing awesome right now.
Are you about to retire?
Shit, 50 years old, I'm going to retire. Hell yeah, I am.
When?
Well, shit, I can retire right now if I want. But I don't want to.
Are you going to?
Yes, I will.
You're going to retire right now?
If I could, I would.
You just said that you could.
Yeah, well, I could, but I want to make more money. I want to have more money in my.
Oh, okay. So when are you actually going to retire? When you're 65?
Hell no.
When?
Probably about 3 or 4 years. I'm done.
3 or 4 years from now. Okay.
Yep.
Cool. Do you know what happens in 3 or 4 years?
Fuck. Hopefully, you want to get a Democrat in. But
the stock market changes, right? When people say my 401k looks great, your 401k only matters when you are 5 minutes away from retiring. That's the only time your 401k matters.
Yep.
Because that's the only time that you touch it. So in your case, Brent, you're 50. If you're going to retire in 4 years, your 401k looking great today, almost irrelevant.
Hey, Brent, can you see the screen?
A bunch of Democrats and Republicans.
Yeah, it says, which party won the House in 2026? Now, this is Polymarket. We can pull up Kalshi, too. But can you see the percentages there? It's 86% likely that the Democrats are going to win the House.
We still have a House, though. So what's your
point? Brent, I don't understand what your point is when you keep saying we still have the House. You're going to lose it. The Republicans are going to lose it. Do you understand that?
They said that last year. They said that last year.
There wasn't an election last year,
Hold
you
on
idiot.
1 minute. Hold on 1 minute.
There wasn't an election last year. Did you not know that there wasn't an election in 2025?
I'm sorry.
Are you okay? But there wasn't an election last year. Oh, okay. Anyway, so in 2026...
Fuck you.
Damn.
God damn. Man, that must really suck. Brent. Ouch.
Brent, I don't understand. Why are you mad, Brent? Republicans have the House, the Senate, and the White House. Shouldn't you be popping bottles right now? Shouldn't that you be happier than a pig in shit right now? I mean, you kept reminding us the whole time. Well, Republicans, we've got the House and the Senate and the White. So boo hoo, nana nana boo boo. Yeah, I know, right? Look how happy you are, Brent. Damn, that must be a really fucking miserable existence if you're that miserable when you have all the power.
Brent, I know you're still here. That was fucking embarrassing, bro. I'm just saying. That was embarrassing as fuck. Guys, once again, if you voted for Donald Trump, hop in the box. We're just looking to talk to Trump supporters right now. Hop up if you voted for Donald Trump. That would be great. We really do appreciate you guys being here. You can also call in. If you are over on the tube side, you can give us a ring, and we would be happy to talk to you just like that. Thank you for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I did vote for Trump.
Okay. How old are you? What state did you vote in?
I'm from Chicago, Illinois. I'm 49 years old.
Okay. Why do you still support Donald Trump?
I don't know, man. For the last few years, Trump's been like my last-ditch effort to drain the swamp, restore our republic, and whatever else. And then now it's like I'm not sure. I don't know what the hell's going on, but he was my last-ditch effort to at least have some type of faith that something's going to change for us because, you know, we like Democrats always and liberals always screaming on social media platforms, Democrats all over the news. America is a nation built by immigrants or whatever, like 250 years old nation built by illegal migrants. Why ain't America 250 years old built by Americans? Because they keep replacing us.
Because Americans didn't exist 250 years ago, and every single person who became an American has always been an immigrant from the beginning of this country. So the thing that you just said is kind of silly.
No, they're replacing us. They've always been replacing us.
No one's
What was the
replacing.
point
No
of
one's
1776?
replacing. No one's replacing anybody, bud. You seem to be mistaken. Where did your family come? Where did your family come from, and when?
I'm first generation born in America myself. That's why I have.
And where did your family come from?
It doesn't matter where they came
No,
from.
it definitely does matter. Where did they come from?
Nah,
Yep,
that really
it does.
don't matter.
All right, well, cool. I'll tell you what. We're not going to continue the conversation with you if you can't be open and honest. If you're just going to be disingenuous and you're going to complain about immigrants but not tell us where your family came from, then
All
I
right,
don't think...
look, dude. All right, fine. But you guys got to be real with me too when I ask some questions back, because this is a debate. We go back and forth. Common courtesy, two-way street.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You don't dictate any terms to us because this is our show. So, anyways, where are you from?
See, that's what I always get. I'm born and raised right here in Chicago.
Where are your parents?
My parents came from Russia.
Okay, cool. That's great. We're very happy that they came from Russia and that they immigrated here, and we're glad that you're here too, despite the fact that you seem to be a ladder puller and you hate other immigrants.
Mm-hmm. No, It's not that. It's the way it happened. It's the way that it happened. They opened up the borders. Like for me, the way I see it, because I got different eyes. I'm not like indoctrinated with aunts, uncles, cousins, grandparents, and everything going down for so long. I got different eyes than everybody because I see shit from different ways. But for me, it's like Israel, when they blew up Gaza, they
Why are we
displaced
talking
5
about
million.
Israel? I thought we were talking about immigrants. What are we talking about? Do you want to talk about Israel and Gaza, or do you want to talk about?
No,
those are two
that was
separate
their test
things.
run. That was their test run. They needed to displace 5 million Palestinians from over there in Palestine, and they shipped them all around the world: America, Canada, South America, Europe, wherever else around the world.
And in return, what you just said isn't true. What you just said, Guy, I can't let you spread misinformation on our platform.
Okay, then where do all the Palestinians go from Palestine? If it's a parking lot, where do they go?
Hey, bud, I'll tell you exactly where the Palestinians have gone. They've gone into the neighboring countries around them, such as Lebanon and Jordan and Egypt and Syria. Did you not know that?
Yeah, I knew that, but they also went on a whole bunch of other countries around the world too. They didn't just stay in the Middle East.
Hey, bud. Yes, for the most part, they really have. They really haven't gone to a whole lot. Some of them have, sure, but not on the scale that you're talking about.
Well, why did the Democratic Party open up the borders and flood 20 million illegals?
I'll tell you what. So let's do two things real quick before we move forward.
All right.
Number one.
All right.
Can you tell me what laws did Joe Biden pass to quote unquote open the borders? Go.
I don't know off the top of my head, but the last couple of years,
No. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Unless you could actually tell me that information, I don't think that we're going to be able to accept that answer, because here's a little hint. I guess I'll just help you out. He didn't. There you go. I helped you, so you didn't have to go look it up.
Okay, he did it, but the Democratic Party did push
except
for that.
For the fact that they did.
Years.
Except for the fact that the Democratic Party didn't do that either.
So you're going to still scream years later that the borders were never open? That's what you're going to say? The borders were never open.
Sir, I'm literally asking you to tell me when the laws for the border changed and who changed them. If you can't tell me that,
who changed them,
great.
Dude.
Then I hate to break it to you.
But that doesn't mean that the borders were never open.
Sir, you can't quote unquote open the borders without changing the laws of America, and no one has changed the laws of America.
Then why were they open the last few years under the Biden administration?
They weren't, and you're just repeating a lie.
Oh, they weren't.
Cool.
You're a liar, bro.
Great. Well, then the next
You're
thing
a liar, bro.
Great. Well, then the next thing I'd like you to do is show me and prove to me that 20 million people came into the country. Go.
All right, go to your search bar and put in during the Biden administration illegals at the border, and see how many people were around there, in there, coming in. The last few years speak for themselves, dude. So you can't say the borders were never open.
No,
That's
sir.
a straight up lie.
No, sir. So what
and people see through that.
Sir, there is no number that tracks illegal crossings. So the thing that you've just said, number one, DHS and CBP don't actually track that number. So the thing that you've just said is a complete falsity. That number doesn't exist. What you might be talking about, excuse me, I'm still in the middle of a sentence. What you might be talking about is encounters. And there were around about 8 million encounters at the border, but do you know what an encounter is? It's when somebody comes to the border and Border Patrol meets them there. They encounter Border Patrol. It doesn't mean that they cross the border unlawfully. So no, 8 million isn't the number either. So unless you could prove to me that those people came over, which, by the way, you can't because they didn't, unless you could prove that information to me, it's another lie that you're just repeating and you're laughing because you can't actually prove that information.
No, because you're lying because
I'm not lying about anything,
all over
sir.
the place rounding up. We got ICE agents all over the place rounding up illegals. What are you talking about, dude?
Then why is it that Donald Trump and his administration, who literally has a quota of people that they're trying to deport, they can't even meet their quota of people to deport? Why is that? If there's so many of them.
Because the 50 states are so wide open and spread out. These people are just hiding in cities, dude. And you got sanctuary
They're
cities
literally not.
them.
Okay, great. So why can't they just start in Texas and Florida and Arizona? Those are mostly Republican states where they're very friendly towards ICE and different things like that. Why couldn't they start in those states? And by the way, those are some of the states with the highest populations of undocumented people. Why isn't ICE there just sweeping through and taking hundreds of thousands of people out of the country? Explain.
Because the Democratic Party ain't stupid, and neither are illegals. They're hiding in
We're
sanctuary
talking
cities.
about Texas and Florida, bud.
No, you're talking about Texas
and I'm asking
I'm
you
talking about the 50 states being broad and wide open, and they're hiding in all types of places outside.
All right. Okay.
of
Let me
Republican
help you.
cities.
Let me help you out. I'm trying to dumb it down for you as much as possible because, my God, man, you really are running straight into the point, and logic doesn't seem to be your strong suit. If 20 million people came into the country, the majority of them would be in a few different states because we already know for a fact that states like Florida and Texas and Arizona hold some of the largest populations of undocumented people. They're not in Minnesota. Do you know what the estimated population of undocumented people in Minnesota is? By DHS themselves, it's about 130,000 people, which is nothing. Do you know what the estimated undocumented population is in Texas? It is over 1.5 million. So if there are so many people there in Texas, which is a state that is completely friendly to ICE and doesn't have quote unquote sanctuary city policies because Texas won't let them as a state, why isn't the Trump administration just deporting hundreds of thousands of people? It doesn't make any sense because what you're saying isn't true. Do you understand now?
You're getting these numbers now, right? These are your recent numbers, right?
Dude, these are the numbers that have existed now for years and are still coming out. This is DHS under Donald Trump.
I think your numbers are after ICE got there.
Great, then why don't you go and give me a number? Great, then why don't you go look up a number and prove me wrong? Oh, wait, you can't because there are no numbers that prove me wrong.
Nah, I'm driving right now. I'm just trying to have a debate with you about current activity going on over here because it's all over the news.
No, it's not.
I mean, you can't fucking hide
what
it.
News? Great. What news? What do you watch? What news? I'm not a liberal. I'm not a liberal. I'm not a liberal. I'm not a liberal. What news are you watching? What news are you watching?
Dude, just turn on the TV.
I don't watch cable news. I don't watch cable news. I don't watch cable news, and I don't go to social media for my news like a fucking moron.
Well, then quit watching The View with Whoopi and all that, man.
I don't watch TV for my news, you idiot. I don't watch TV for my news.
That no illegals. So you're saying all the illegals were just encountered at the border and no illegals got in.
Did I say? Excuse me. Did I say that no one crossed the border during Biden's term? Did I ever say that?
Basically, that's what you said.
No, that's not what I said.
Encounters at the border.
Nope,
and I
that's
said, why
not what
the
I
hell
said.
did it get in?
Excuse
and why
me,
are
sir.
ICE agents all over the United States?
Excuse me, sir. Relax. Calm the fuck down. What I said was
no, because you're a liar,
hey, sir,
dude. I'm just trying to fucking have a conversation with you.
I'm the one.
And you're trying to belittle me with some stupid numbers.
Sir, I'm the only one in this conversation actually quoting statistics and numbers from government organizations. You're the one just pulling numbers out of your fucking ass and going, I can't look shit up. I can't look things up. I saw it on the news. I saw it on social media. I can't look things up. Just look it up. I can't look things up. I just saw it on the news. I just saw it on the news. I don't know. No, I just saw it on the news. No, I just saw it on the news. No, I just saw it on the news. I just saw it on the news. No, man, I just saw it on the news. I just trust the news. I'm sorry, is that good enough for you? Should I just say that to everything that you say now? Okay, cool. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, I was saying to you that 20 million people didn't cross the border, and there's no number by any government organization that says that. So there's no way possible that that happened. That's number one. That's number one. Stop there. Number two, the other number that I cited was encounters. Encounters at the border over the Biden administration was around 8 million, and I was pointing out to you that that doesn't mean that that's crossings, because oftentimes people like you, who aren't the brightest bulbs in the drawer, seem to think that that means crossings, and it doesn't mean crossings. I didn't say that no one crossed the border under Biden's term, but what I was trying to point out to you is that it wasn't 20 million and that it wasn't 8 million. If you'd like to talk about real numbers and real statistics and use sources like actual fucking adults, we could do that. Otherwise, if you'd like to talk about what you saw on fucking Fox News, go do it with your stupid buddies.
All right, obviously we're not going to see eye to eye about this, but how about this?
Is your name David?
How about this?
Caller, is your name David?
Do you think it's unconstitutional for ICE agents?
Hey, my friend's trying to ask you a question. Hey, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up for a second.
Is your name David?
No, my name is not David. My name Bad. D-A-D. But
Erika, yes, his name is David.
Do you guys think ICE agents stopping random people and asking them for their IDs and deporting them if they're not citizens is unconstitutional?
Stopping people randomly without
asking them for IDs and deporting them if they don't have IDs.
You're asking two separate questions, and you don't even understand what you're asking. I don't even have the time to, dude. You're not intelligent enough for me to even explain to you why those question. Are. No, it's not a simple question.
Do you think ICE agents are unconstitutional for randomly stopping people and asking them for their IDs?
Bud, you just asked two separate questions. Now you've only asked one question. ICE agents stopping people to ask for their IDs is unconstitutional. Yes, but what you did before was you said, is it unconstitutional for ICE to stop people and ask them for their IDs and deport them? And I was trying to explain to you that those are two separate questions. Jesus Christ, dude, you really don't understand what you're talking about.
Just to answer the fucking question, is it unconstitutional for them to stop people at random and ask them for their IDs?
Yes. I already said yes.
Oh, okay. Now, what about a random, regular United States citizen walking down the street and a cop drives past them? They look suspicious. Is it unconstitutional for that cop to pull them over and say, you look suspicious, I need some fucking ID? Because I don't think you belong around here. Walking while black. Let's say walking while black, for instance. Do you think that's unconstitutional?
Yeah.
Okay. So what is our problem as Americans that we can't see eye to eye? You guys always protecting illegal migrants, but not your own fucking people. And then another thing that came with that.
Talking about? We literally just said that both of those are unconstitutional.
We agree.
Yeah, but you guys ain't on social media screaming about it. You guys are only talking about illegals, but you're not talking about your own people. I've been listening to you guys for a long time, and I have yet to hear you guys talk about your American people being stopped by routine traffic stops, walking while black, or whatever. You guys always talking about
Good
or Alex Preddy. You listened to us for a long time, and you've never heard us talk about those two American citizens?
Not really. I must have missed that.
Oh, you missed it. Oh.
Well, you guys ain't the only people on the internet. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
but still,
okay. It's crazy
the fact
how you
remains the
backtrack
same,
all of a
though.
sudden. You were really thumping your chest just then. You were really certain that we would never take up for American citizens, except for the weeks that we spent litigating Renee Good and Alex Preddy and Keith Porter, sir.
Well, same thing with ICE agents rounding up children and sending them back to their home countries. But you guys don't talk nothing about CPS taking people's kids with no due process of law. Talking about we got a phone call of a child in need of services, and all of a sudden they're taking your kids. And when the parents ask who made the phone call, oh, that's private information. So you get no due process of law to face your accuser. Same shit. You guys ain't talking about CPS kidnapping kids. You liberals on the far left always want to blame Trump for 5 years in office, but America's 250 years old.
So
we've been in a state of peril. Way before Trump ever got here.
Caller, why did you have your kids taken away from you?
Oh, well, that's the thing. I got my kids back because I had to learn the law over it. And these people are disgusting. That's what they do. They kidnap kids. They get federal funding to do it. And once you get into their laws and you learn their laws, God himself cannot come down here and save them from you. They're bound to the same laws you are, except people don't understand the laws and the procedures to get their shit in the United States courts or have everything gets dropped. So there is no United States court case involved in it. States dropping the case. And then now there's no case law that involves me getting my kids back that you guys can use as evidence in your case to get your children back. These people are disgusting. They've been doing it for a long, long, long time. And we are just victims of them. I mean, look at the United States citizen. Do we even know the definition of United States citizen when applied in certain jurisdictions is?
When applied in certain jurisdictions? Well, I guess it would depend on the jurisdiction you're talking about.
Okay, well, are you a United States citizen?
Yes.
Oh, you are, right? Okay, so look up 19 United States Code subsection 2601. It's defined as any department, agency, or entity of the federal government. Are you a department, agency, or entity of the federal government?
You're a sovereign citizen?
He's a sovereign citizen. I knew it. He's a sovereign citizen.
Oh, he's a sovereign citizen because he learned the law?
Oh, God. Oh God, this is so cringe.
You can't just take somebody. You can't just take somebody's kids from them and expect them not to
You got fucked
back,
over in
dude.
divorce court, and then you coped with it by falling down the sovereign citizen rabbit hole. Dude,
Hey,
I'm sorry you got fucked over in divorce court, but holy shit, sovereign citizens.
Hey, did I get my kids back? Yes, I did.
Science bullshit.
Did I get my kids back? Did I get my kids back? Yes, I did.
Not get
so
them
you
back
can call me out my name all you want.
I am traveling. I am not.
Well, you can call me names all you want. I got my children back. So make fun of me all you want. But fact of the matter is, when it's your children taken, are you not going to do anything in your power to get them back?
As a dad caller, I wouldn't do something in the first place to get my kids taken away from me.
Well, does your kids identify as he, they, them, she, her, suicide, or anything else?
What?
Huh?
Does your children use that gender identity stuff?
What the
pronouns?
Yeah, do my kids, does my daughter use her pronouns? Yes.
Do your kids use pronouns?
Yes, they do. So do you. So do I. So does Nemo.
Yeah, but,
we all use pronouns.
Look,
very good. You're using pronouns right now. Good job.
Okay, but there's a difference between using it to communicate with each other and using it as an identity.
No one's using it as an identity. Oh, no.
Interesting.
Oh, so when you go all over social media platforms, they're like, what's your name, your age, and your
David,
pronouns?
are you a man?
Of course I'm a man.
Oh.
A real motherfucking man. Not no
real
catering
man.
to
Got
these
it.
people. Not no
Okay,
catering to.
you're a real
Oh,
man.
I'm a he, him, and I gotta cater to these people.
Wait,
I ain't doing
Nemo,
it. You go
hang
ahead
on.
and
You're
hang
not.
up
You're,
on me
wait.
and not debate me
You're a
or
real
whatever
man,
the fuck.
but you're not a he him.
No, not as an identity.
Wait, Nemo.
I don't
He
just go up
sounds
to
like
people
a
and
Nemo.
say, "Hey,
Hold
my
on.
pronouns
hey,
are he,
David,
him.
David,
How are
time
you
out.
doing?"
David, time out. Nemo, he sounds like a boy to me.
Yep.
Yeah, you sound like a boy to me. Are you sure? I think you're a boy.
Well, you can make fun of me all you want, but
Wait
fact
a
of the
second.
matter
Hold on.
is that
No,
Americans
time out.
don't come together.
Are you
and
saying,
see
hey bud,
eye to eye. We're just going to keep falling.
No,
We're
I have a
gonna
question
keep
for
falling
you.
as a nation.
Are you sure that you're a man? Are you sure?
What is your pronouns?
No, my pronouns aren't important. I'm asking you, are you sure that you're a man? You're not a boy. You're a
You know
man,
what, you
right?
guys is you know what this
You can't
generation's
answer
pronouns
you
people
can't
are going to
answer
do?
a simple fucking question, dude. I
'Cause
asked
you're
you a
an
question.
idiot, dude.
Hey, bud, you can't answer a simple fucking question. I said, are you a boy or a man? Which is it?
I'm a man.
There
Now
you
can
go.
answer my
So
question?
you
Now can answer my
identify.
question?
So you identify as a man.
Yeah, but I'm not going to walk
There
up
you
to people
go.
and say,
Good
"Hey,
job.
I identify as a man. Nice to meet you. My name is Bad, and I identify as a man, or I identify as a him, her, he, she, suicide,
But you didn't
suicide,
like
whatever.
it. You didn't
don't
like
use
it
as
when
a
I called you a
pronoun.
boy. You didn't like it when I called you a boy, though, did you?
No, see, you asked
There
me a question. Can
there
I
you
ask
go.
you a question?
There you go. Good job.
Oh, yeah, good job. You know what your pronouns are going to lead to in the next 20 years when your children are 30,
They're gonna
40
lead
years
to.
old?
They're going to lead to proper grammar.
Well, your children are going to lead this generation to become more furries and more this, and they're
My
going to be.
children
and the
are
next-
going to make
and
sure
it's-
that my
See?
kid is going to make sure that people like you
See, keep
die.
cutting people off, man.
My kid is going to make sure that people like you die, and then the world's going to be a better place. How about that?
Oh yeah. Just murder people, and then you talk about.
Oh no, I didn't
equal
say
rights and
anything
equal
about that. I
lives.
just meant you guys are going to die off, and then they're going to take
You
over,
guys
and things
are
are going to be
garbage,
better.
dude. See,
No,
that's why I
never
voted
said
for
that.
Trump, because
You took that the wrong
that's
way.
why I voted for Trump, because you guys have been
That's why you
calling for
voted for Trump?
violent riots and protests.
That's
Punch
why you
MAGA
voted
in the
for Trump?
face, make them pay, take to the streets, show them that
That's
they
why-
won.
that's
You
why
guys
you
been
voted for
called
Trump?
public political assassinations that led to Charlie Kirk's death. You guys celebrated it. You
Oh
guys
my
have been
God.
garbage for
You're just
years,
crashing
dude.
out, man.
And
This
that's
is-
why Trump's
oh
my
my
last
God.
hope to have some kind of card up his
You need
sleeve.
some serious therapy, dude.
Oh, I need therapy. You guys didn't. The last few years,
Like,
you guys
damn,
didn't call
I
for
get it,
violent
man. I
protests.
get it.
The Democratic Party didn't call for violent
Damn,
protests, political
that child support
assassinations.
must have been a bitch.
You guys,
Like,
you
I
guys
get it.
didn't do that.
I know, man.
You're just being paid not to get it.
What?
You're just being paid not to get it. I know you get it. You're just being paid not to get
Being
it.
paid not to get it. What does that even
Well,
mean?
well, you guys are pushing an agenda, and you guys are what? I'm fucking 49 years old. You guys look like you guys are around my age. So I know you guys never went to fucking school with me and learned about intersex and this and that, when the proper word when we were growing up in school were hermaphrodite. We use certain words. We use certain terminology. We never fucking went to class learning grammar and pronouns as an identity.
Caller, I am 42 years old, and we never learned that term in biology class. That's not a proper scientific term, you idiot.
Oh, but intersex is, when did the term intersex come out then?
Intersex has always been the proper term. It was when
When did it come out?
When
did it come out?
When I took AP biology in 1998, it was the correct term.
All right, so before 1998, because I had graduated before 98, and we didn't have the word intersex. We had the word hermaphrodite.
Wow,
you guys
that
keep
really-
perverting languages. You guys keep perverting laws. You guys keep perverting all types of shit. And now our kids are talking about, what's your name, age, and pronouns? Or we're just going to hang up on you if you don't give us your
humanity.
pronouns.
Not a
Yeah,
kid
the
saying,
humanity,
hey, what are
because
your
it's going to lead to
pronouns?
other
God
things
forbid.
like, oh, you know what? How about this? What is your what is your furry animal, and what type of litter box do you own?
That's fascinating.
Because in the next 10, 20 years, that's what's going to be all over social media. What's your name? What's your furry
you said
animal?
you were
And what type
49?
of brand of litter box do you own?
So,
That's what you guys are
David,
leading
David,
this
you
shit
said,
to be.
David, You said you were 49?
My name's not David. My name is Bad. B-A-D.
Okay. So David, you said you're 49?
This motherfucker. I just told you I ain't David, dude.
Okay. Are you 49?
Yeah, I'm 49.
Oh, okay. So that means you would have been, let me do the math on this. You would have been in your 20s in the late 90s, early 2000s?
I was born in 76.
Dude,
so in 1990, 76, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90.
So
I was
Nemo
14 years old in 1990.
You were exactly right, Nemo.
You like the movie Fight Club?
Yeah, that's all right.
You know how you were saying you were saying, tell me what your furry animal is. I need you to think back to the movie Fight Club.
That's where we're going.
Think back to the movie Fight Club, okay? I need you to close your eyes, and we're gonna go to your.
What, with Meatloaf with the big ass titties and shit, or what? Is that where you're going, Meatloaf?
We're gonna go to your cave. You're gonna go inside. What do you see? Your power animal.
Yeah, I'm a squirrel because I want to bust nuts all day. What's your guys' furry animals? The homosexuality fucking animals and shit. I mean, come on, dude. I'm trying to talk to you guys. You guys are just like belittling me. You guys just belittle anybody why you support MAGA? Why you guys support liberals? I mean, Democrats. They've been calling for violent riots, protests. They've been burning down cities for years with their Antifa and their fucking all that for years, man.
For years.
Yeah. Look what happened with fucking that dude who shot that other dude over there in fucking Wisconsin, Rittenhouse and shit. That wasn't burning down fucking Wisconsin and shit. Whatever city that was. You guys been doing it for years. And then for you guys to sit there and say the borders were never open, you guys are clowns, dude. You know there's video evidence circulating all around this motherfucker, man. People ain't stupid.
Buzz, is it
you guys
possible?
are stupid for thinking people are stupid.
Hey, Bud, is it possible for you to like calm the fuck down like a little bit, or are you just gonna keep screaming at us?
Dude, you guys are just ridiculous, man.
No, I asked you a simple question. You said you're 49 years old. Could you like act like an adult?
You've been asking me questions, but you can't answer none of mine.
Can you act like an adult? You're 49 years old. Can you stop screaming?
Dude, you guys are ridiculous, man.
I guess you can't answer a simple fucking question, which is, can you act like an
I
adult?
calmed down when I said that. I'm calm. Now,
So
what do you want to talk about?
the answer is yes, you can calm down and act like an adult.
Yeah, I can act like an adult, dude.
Okay,
what's up, man?
Great.
Just stop lying and beating around the bush. That's all I'm
stop
asking.
talking for a minute.
Oh yeah, because this is your post. This is your page. So you're gonna beat people.
Stop talking. Calm the fuck down. Jesus Christ, dude. Did you do a line before you came on here? Holy fuck. Relax. Okay. Anyways, the thing is that no one here is lying. I've already explained to you that we've come correct with statistics and sources, and we can provide all of them for you. You have none. What you've done is you came on here and you made a bunch of claims that you can't substantiate. All I asked you to do was I said, okay, if the Democrats open the border or Biden opened the border, all you need to do is show me the laws that were passed that did that. That's all you'd have to do. But you can't seem to do that. So since you can't seem to do that, you would have to concede that that's not a thing that happened. Then I asked you if you could prove to me that 20 million people crossed the border, which of course you can't do because there is zero proof that that happened, not even from Donald Trump's own DHS. They can't even prove that that happened. So nope, can't do that. Then I pointed out to you that the encounters that we were talking about that is often cited as a crossings number isn't actually crossings, it's just encounters. So you just made up a bunch of shit, or shit that you're repeating shit that you've heard off of Fox News or off of social media. That's all that I'm doing. And you're sitting here yelling and screaming that we're lying to you, and we have actual fucking sources from the government that prove you wrong, and you have nothing. So maybe take a step back and be like, I might actually be not right about this because I have zero facts, zero statistics, zero sources that could back it up. All you have right now are your fucking feelings. So maybe get out of your I'm not an idiot, maybe you are, because maybe you need to get out of your fucking feelings. Get out of your fucking feelings and listen to some people who do this all the time and do actual research and know a fuck ton more than you do.
All right, so ICE agents are running all around the United States, rounding up illegal migrants because no illegal migrants came across the border because the borders are never open. That's what you're saying.
You literally aren't listening to what I'm saying. If you like, I can explain this to you, but what you're doing is you're taking a snippet.
Fucking whitewash
what you're doing
That's
is you
what
keep interrupting me every time I keep trying to explain it to you. Do you want to
How
just
does it
interrupt me?
feel?
Because
How does it feel?
what I'll do is
How
I'll
does
just
it feel to be interrupted? Because that's what you've been doing to me and other.
Are you going to calm down now? Be a
Dude,
good boy and shut the
straight
fuck
up.
I can't talk to you straight up because you won't shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up and listen. You can't fucking. You ain't what?
I ain't your fucking kid, bro. You shut the fuck up.
You're right. You're not. You know what, bud? You know what? You know what, bud? You know what, bud? You know what, bud? You know what, bud? Hey, bud. Hey, bud. You know what? You know what? You're not. You're not. Hey, but I want to agree with you on something. You're not my fucking kid. You're my fucking bitch.
Nah.
Boring conversation, anyways. By the way, thank you to Thick. Thank you to our friend Thick on the Blue app. Oh, hang on. Hi, thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Hey, yeah, I'm a Trump supporter.
Okay, hang on 1 second for me. Thanks.
Hey, thanks.
Thank you to Thick, who said, the last guest absolutely got custody mogged by his ex-wife for neglect maxing.
Fucking A.
W's for Thick in the chat. Also, thank you to Zachy on the green app. It says, for a furry guest, it says, as a furry, guest doesn't know what a furry is. Amazing. Thank you. All right. Thank you for holding caller. How old are you? What state did you vote in?
I'm 26 and I voted in Missouri.
Okay. Why do you still support Donald Trump?
Well, I mean, there are several reasons. I don't support him fully in everything, but I agree with the war that's going on in Israel. Or not Israel, I'm sorry, Iran. And yeah.
Okay, so the war in Iran is the thing that you support him on right now?
Yeah, currently.
So, question for you then.
Okay.
That started on February 28th.
Mm-hmm.
Since February 28th, what's improved in the United States of America? Since so just over 6 weeks, what's improved because of that?
Well, I wouldn't say that anything specifically in America has improved, but I would say that the threat to America has been diminished. So Iran has sorry, I have the stream going, so I'm okay. Here we go.
You should, if you can, turn the volume off on the stream. That's a good idea.
Yeah, I just exited out of it, but I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought.
No, that's okay. You said something about the threat to America has diminished.
Yeah, so Iran, their regime, they they preach death to America. We are the big devil, and death to Israel. They are the little devil. They've been trying to obtain nuclear weapons, and they were very close to getting those nuclear weapons. So that's why we went in.
They were?
Yes.
That's really weird.
Yeah.
Because just out of curiosity, the war started on February 28th of this year, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. What happened on March 18th of 2026?
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. Well, that's okay. I'll help you out. Can you still see the stream? If you can't, that's okay. I'm just asking if you can.
No, I exit out of it because I can still hear it.
Well, that's okay. Just so you know, I pulled it up on the screen. You can come back and look at it after the fact if you want. But Tulsi Gabbard went and testified in front of Congress. That was March 18th. So that would be a couple of weeks after the war started. Would you like me to read a quote from Tulsi Gabbard at that? Here, I'll help you out. Quote.
I mean, absolutely. You absolutely can read that quote from Tulsi Gabbard, but she has been fired.
No, she hasn't.
So she has.
No, she hasn't.
Tulsi Gabbard?
Tulsi Gabbard has not been fired. She still has her job. You realize that, right?
I mean,
anyways,
I don't think she has
anyways,
go ahead.
Anyways, here's you might want to double check your information there. Anyways, here's what she said. Quote, as a result of Operation Midnight Hammer, by the way, Operation Midnight Hammer was when we bombed them last June. So as a result of Operation Midnight Hammer, Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated. There has been no effort since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capabilities. The entrances to the underground facilities that were bombed have been buried and shuttered with cement. That is I'm not paraphrasing. That's a direct quote from the Director of National Intelligence, who still very much has her job. Also, Joe Kent, who resigned shortly after this, said the exact same thing. Also, Donald Trump himself, after Operation Midnight Hammer, said the exact same thing. So, are you saying that Donald Trump was lying to us, or he's just really stupid?
No, so I want to go actually, before I respond to you, I want to go back and say that, I was wrong about Tulsi Gabbard. She has not been fired. I was thinking about Pam Bondi.
All right.
But okay. No, they were not lying. They did obliterate their nuclear program.
Oh, okay. So they weren't close to having a nuclear weapon.
Can I please finish?
Oh, okay.
No, they were close to having a nuclear weapon. They were very close, actually.
Except for the fact that Tulsi Gabbard just said that their nuclear program was obliterated.
If I could please finish.
No, I'm not going to let you spread. I'm sorry. I'm not going to let you spread misinformation. The Director of National Intelligence on March 18th of 2026 said their nuclear program was obliterated. They were not close to getting a nuclear weapon. There's nothing that you can say that is going to make it true.
Okay,
sorry.
But is it untrue? Is it untrue that they started building their nuclear system again, their nuclear program again?
Yes.
It is untrue.
Yep. Where are you getting that intelligence from?
I would plead to differ.
Cool. Where are you getting that intelligence from?
Our president,
You mean our president who has said multiple different things that completely contradict themselves? Our own president has said that they were doing it and then they weren't. And again, 3 weeks after the war started, the Director of National Intelligence, I'm so sorry. 3 weeks after the war started, the Director of National Intelligence went in front of the Senate and testified under penalty of perjury, which means if she lied, she could go to jail, that their entire nuclear capability was obliterated in June of 2025. Donald Trump said the same thing. Donald Trump said the same thing in June of 2025.
But does that mean that they can't start rebuilding it because they have uranium that they can
said
enrich
it on March 18th of 2026. So on March 18th of 2026, which is less than a month ago, how could they have been rebuilding their nuclear program?
Because they still have the uranium that they are able to enrich.
It was less than a month ago that the director of national... am I speaking... Erika, am I speaking a different language here, or am I having a stroke? Because it seems like I am not... Is there... What's happening here? Are the words not like... What's happening?
No, the words are wording, but
okay, because it seems like the English that's coming out of my mouth. Whoa, it seems like the English that's coming out of my mouth, where the director of national intelligence, the person who literally knows the most about all of these things, right? The person who gives these reports to the president. I'm sorry, the person who gives these reports to the president, right? That person said their nuclear capabilities were obliterated. The word she used in her report was obliterated. What does the word obliterated mean?
Oh, no, I understand what the word obliterated means.
Okay, cool. So then we
like,
agree that as of March 18th, 2026, they had zero capabilities, right?
In that time, yes, but they still have the potential. They still have the uranium that is used to make nuclear weapons. They still have the capability. I don't know what you want me to say.
But the thing is that you would have to. But the thing is, in order to justify the strikes on Iran, you'd have to actually provide that they were of an imminent threat to the United States of America. So are you able to say what imminent threat that they were to the U.S.?
I mean, the fact that they chant death to America, is that not in and of itself an imminent threat to America? Wouldn't they literally have uranium that they're wanting to enrich? I mean, we have.
But they've been saying that since 1981. And do you know why they say it?
Okay, go ahead. Why do they say it?
What?
Is that Aspen gold?
Chill, bro.
Wait, can you tell me if you have roaches on?
So, is it your assumption that having a nuclear weapon and hating America is the end of the world?
I mean, it could be the end of the world. I'm not saying that it is, but their goal is to get rid of Israel. Israel is the little devil and America is the big devil. Like it's Israel and then it's us. So
okay. So
the whole, can I finish real quick? So
sure.
My thought process in this is that whenever we went in and started taking them out and they just kind of started nuking every other country around them, even their allies, what does that say about them if they were to have a nuclear weapon? Do you really think that they would have a nuclear weapon and just sit on that? Or do you think that they would have a nuclear weapon, maybe build a few more, and then just start taking out Israel, America, all the Middle East countries?
So, I mean, what you're saying is almost proof that they didn't already have one.
How?
Well, you said, I know that when you first said nuking all the countries around them, you meant just attacking them. I understood that's what you meant, but if Iran had a nuclear weapon, why would they not use the nuclear weapon in that situation?
But they didn't have a nuclear weapon, and that's
Okay,
what we
so-
went in to prevent. So, like,
Oh, okay.
what's your point?
All right. Well, so as far as preventing them having a nuclear weapon, they weren't really that close to getting a nuclear weapon.
How do you
This
know?
is something. How do we know? Because Benjamin Netanyahu has been saying they are just a few months away from getting a nuke since I was shitting in diapers 30 years ago.
And I was graduated from high school. I'm almost 60. So here's the thing though, Nemo, and also the caller, and I need you to address this, is that you mentioned Iran, attacking Israel, right? And you did use the word nuking, but like Nemo said, I'll take it you were trying to say it colloquially. But the thing is that when has Iran actually struck Israel first? When did they strike Israel first?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
I honestly don't know. I'm not
They
going to
haven't.
try to say
That's
something
the
that I
thing.
don't know about, but yeah.
They haven't. I'm answering your question. I'm answering the question, I should say. They haven't struck Israel first. It's always been retaliatory force, and that Iran has actually used. So that's the part. That's the
Okay,
most
but what
important
about their
part.
proxies?
What about their proxies? Was it Iran that did it? Because y'all
Well,
like
right,
always
but
want to
like
lead back to the proxies as if
the
they don't have
thing,
a mind of their own, as if they're acting on at the behest of the Iranian government, and they aren't.
are they not?
They're not.
How do you know that?
How do you know that they were going to strike them? How do you know that they are?
They're their proxies.
But
That's
how do you know
literally
that
what
they
the
are?
word
They have their
means.
own. These are individual groups, all right, that are autonomous is what they are. Just because
Are they?
Iran may
How do you
have
know they're autonomous?
excuse me one moment. Just because
Mhm.
Iran, because they have their own leadership, that's why. So just because Iran, may have helped them in the past, all right, what makes you think that they had anything to do with any strikes in the future? Like, what evidence do you have to back it up?
For their proxies having strikes in the future?
You call them a proxy, is what I'm saying. You call them a proxy, but what evidence do you have to show, all right, that Iran played any part in their strikes? Because remember, we're talking about what has already happened.
Right. But you're talking about what's happening in the future.
No, I'm talking, no. My question to you, if you recall, was when has Iran struck Israel first? And you said you don't know. I answered for you. The answer is they haven't. It's always been retaliatory force. You then countered with, what about their proxies? What I'm asking you about is, how do you know that they are in fact acting on behalf, so at the behest of the Iranian government? And then we went into, all right, well, how do you know that they aren't? I can't say that they aren't, but I want to know, how are they acting on behalf of the Iranian government? Show me
Well,
an
if you can't
attack
say that they are
on
not,
Israel
then
that was done by a quote unquote proxy that was at the behest, on behalf of, or at the, I guess, direction of the Iranian government.
So, I mean, like, you answered my question by saying, like, by asking me the same question. Like, I don't
didn't ask you
know.
the same question. I asked you the opposite. I asked you the inverse.
Well, yeah, but like, that's what I mean. Like, neither of us really know, because we don't have the intelligence that the United States government has.
But the thing is, love, the thing is that I don't have to prove a negative. You have to prove the positive. So if you think that these groups have attacked Israel on behalf of the Iranian government, you'd have to have some type of evidence to support that. That's a claim that you would be making there. So my question for you would be, is.
I don't think I made any
What
claim. I think
evidence?
that you asked me a question that I couldn't answer, and then you answered for me, and then asked me a question in return. But I never answered the question because I said that I didn't know.
I think you may be confused because you asked about the proxies.
I don't
So
think so.
that's what I think it is. So I think you might want to go down a different route, because the main point here is that Iran has not attacked Israel. All right, they did not attack Israel
I never
first,
said
to
that
be
they
clear.
did.
You
I never said
mentioned
that they did.
you were talking to Nemo. You were talking to Nemo, if I recall
Mhm.
correctly. Nemo, please stop me if I'm wrong, friend. And Nemo always tell you to be honest if I'm wrong or wrong, right? And so you were talking to Nemo, and you were talking about Iran being a threat because you said that they could nuke their neighbors, and you listed Israel as one of their neighbors that they could nuke. Nemo then said, I know that you're saying nuking and meaning an attack, and you agreed with him. And then that's when
Mhm.
Nemo started to talk about nuclear weapons, and you said that they don't have one, but they could have one. And then that's when I asked you the question that I'm not going to have to recap again because we just went over it. So
Right.
what is it
So,
that I'm missing here?
I mean, I think what you're missing is that, like, yeah, I said that they don't have a nuclear weapon, but like I said this before and I'll say it again. They want Israel to die. Their religion, their Ayatollah, their religion, and their whole regime wants death to America and death to Israel. What does that mean?
Their
To take us
religion,
both
I'm sorry,
out.
their religion doesn't want that. You're now what you're doing is you're twisting Islam, and that's not what their religion wants. And what Erika was trying to explain
So
to
what
you
does
before,
the religion want?
and what Erika was trying to explain to you before is that there's a reason why Iran is not a big fan of the United States and not a big fan of Israel. In fact, there's a reason why a number of the countries in that area are not fans of either of those countries. I mean,
Can I interrupt for a second?
if you understand the history of the Middle East and what the United States has done there and what Israel has done there, then there's some valid reasoning to that.
Well, I mean, Iran is the number one terrorist organization in the world.
Iran
I
isn't
mean,
a terrorist organization itself. That's
not
true.
itself, but like it funds most of the terrorist organizations. Like, who do you think?
I'm not really sure about that one. Like, I don't know about that.
What do you mean?
So, I'm sorry if you can hear the laundry in the background.
No, you're good.
Saudi Arabia exists, right?
Yeah.
So Saudi Arabia is like, I guess, the biggest country in the Middle East. Maybe I think it might be a little bit smaller than Iran, but as far as power, money, influence, it's one of the biggest. And I mean, what was it? 19? How many hijackers were there on 9/11?
19.
Y'all know?
19. You got it.
19. And how many were from Saudi Arabia? Was it? It was like almost all of them.
Almost all of them.
Yeah. And Bin Laden was also Saudi. He's part of the Saudi royal family.
Don't forget the Qataris. They help too.
Oh, yeah, them too. And Saudi Arabia was carrying out a genocide on Yemen not that long ago. Now they're cozying up with Israel. We also turned a blind eye whenever Saudi Arabia chopped up an American journalist, literally chopped up, like dismembered, like took limbs, hacked it up. Yeah, that was Jamal Khashoggi. You can look that up. That happened in, I think it was 2019, 2020. But yeah, they did that because that American journalist happened to be very critical of the Saudis. And he happened to be in Saudi Arabia at the time, and the Saudis did that to him. and we didn't say anything about it. I think that unfortunately,
When did that happen?
it
I'm
would have
sorry,
been
when did that
2019 or
happen?
2020.
2019.
Yeah, 2019 or it was like 2019.
That's terrible.
Yeah. Oh no, of course it is. Saudi Arabia is
Yeah.
that one, like, that awkward situation where we like to talk a big game about Iran and theocracies and oppressing women and how we're liberating women and all that stuff. Saudi Arabia is literally a theocracy. Women were not allowed to drive in Saudi Arabia until 2017. They finally got the right to drive in Saudi Arabia in the year 2017.
Yeah, but they still can't show like their skin. Like they still have to dress like a certain way and like only show their eyes.
Absolutely.
I actually have my parents have friends who live in Saudi Arabia. So no, I know a lot about the Middle East. It's
well,
sucks.
I mean that's my point,
And
right?
it's so bad.
Saudi Arabia is one of our allies. Like that's my point. Is that Saudi Arabia is our friend
right now, only because Iran literally just like started spewing out missiles to all of their
Saudi Arabia
their
has
allies.
been our ally. So just to clarify, Saudi Arabia has been our ally, like a good ally, since like the 70s, probably like the 80s, more like it. It's just been, that's how it's been. Why? Because they have a ton of oil, and they were willing to play along when it came to America business. They were willing to play along. Iran was not. That's why Iran hates us, because Iran did not want to play along with America when it came to oil. They were like, nah, we don't want American companies coming in here and taking our oil. It's our oil. We want to make money from it. And then America said, well, fuck you, and we replaced the person who led the country by force, put in a new person. That person ruled for 20-something years, and then he was overthrown by Iranians. Now, that's not me sitting here defending the people that did the overthrowing, because, of course, I don't like theocracy in any form. I don't like it when it's fundamentalist Christians. I don't like it when it's fundamentalist Islam, okay? My point is that you can only rule over a country for so long before they will overthrow you. And that's what happened. And unfortunately, when that happens, oftentimes there's what's called a ratchet effect, where basically it snaps into a hyper fundamentalist, hyper conservative, hyper nationalist movement. And that's what it was. That's what the current regime is. And they absolutely oppress women in Iran, and it's awful. But
And
again,
I mean,
we are willing to turn a blind eye when a country right next to Iran does the same thing. We are totally fine with them, right? So whenever we hear this about like, oh, we're liberating women, no, we're not. We don't give a fuck. We do not give a fuck.
I don't think the point of, I actually know the point of this isn't to liberate women. And like, I think it really sucks that all of these countries in the Middle East, like, don't have rights for women, but that's what's great about living in America. Like, we have rights as women. But they don't in the Middle East. And that's not what this war is about. Like, that's not the point of any of this.
To get back to the nuke thing. So Iran didn't have a nuclear weapon, right? The uranium that they had.
You say they didn't?
They did not. Yeah. So Iran, to keep it simple, uranium, all right? There are different enrichment levels. And I'm not trying to be an asshole. Do you understand like the different enrichment levels?
No, I understand. Yeah, I got it.
Okay, cool. So
there are different levels to it.
Yeah, so like anything under 10%, that's like nuclear energy, like electricity. 20 to 60 is going to be medical grade research type stuff. And then 90 is weapons, right? They did not have 90%.
Yeah,
they
but
had
were
60.
Close.
They did not have 90. Now,
That's pretty close.
I guess, but ultimately, the way to prevent that is not going in by force and blowing up a bunch of shit and then hoping to God that you got it all. Because if you didn't get it all, guess what they're going to do? They are 1,000% going to make a nuke by any means necessary. They will make a nuke. That will be the one objective that they have the second that the smoke clears. That's the difference.
So in your mind, what is your solution?
JCPOA. It really was that simple. Like, I know that people love to harp on about
I'm sorry,
Barack
I didn't
Obama.
understand.
What's
your solution? I didn't understand. I'm sorry.
The JCPOA, that the Iran nuclear deal that Barack Obama negotiated.
Yeah.
So people will harp on about that. It's like right-wing people will harp on about, oh, but we gave them pallets of cash and stuff. Listen, giving Iran pallets of cash is a tiny price to pay, literally, if it means that they don't have a nuke. We literally had full access.
What's to say that they aren't going to use that? Like, so in my mind, you give this country cash that you don't want them using or creating a nuclear weapon, but you're going to give them cash and say, hey, like, don't create this nuclear weapon. We're going to give you this money not to do it. And then what's to say that they aren't going to just like put that into their economy and then use money from their economy because now they have extra money to go and make that nuclear weapon. Like, Obama did that in like 2016. I don't know what year it was, but he did that then. That was years ago. Like, I feel like I'm a young person. I'm only 26. That was so long ago, and now we're still dealing with this. And like, how did that help?
All right. So the reason that it was working, right? So the Iran nuclear deal, I'm going to call it the JCPOA because it's easier to say. That's the Iran nuclear deal. So the JCPOA was literally a deal that Obama negotiated. And it said, hey, Iran, look, we know that you have uranium. We know that you want to do nuclear power. We know that you want to do like medical research and stuff using uranium, which that is a totally legitimate thing to do. So we know that you want that, but we also do not want you to have a nuclear weapon because we do not trust you and we don't want you to have a nuke. And we understand, Iran, that you don't like us because we've done a lot of fuck shit over the years. So here's what we'll do. We'll give back.
Can I have you pause for a second?
Sure.
What F shit have we done over the years that they don't like?
1953, Iran elected a leader, right? They had a leader, right, that they had elected freely and fairly, right? And that leader was approached by the U.S. and the U.K. The U.S. and the U.K. come over, talk to this leader. They say, hey, you guys have oil. We want to let our companies pump that oil. Iran, the leader, he says, how about fuck all the way off? This is our oil. The people of Iran will benefit from this, not the Brits, not the Americans. Get out of our country. The Americans and the Brits say, how about fuck you? And then we replaced him. There was this operation called Operation Ajax. We literally took that guy out of power and put in a new guy. You may have heard someone referred to as the Shah. That's the person we put in, that's the Shah, okay? Basically a king, all right? That guy rules with an iron fist for over 20 years. Fast forward to 1979. The Iranian Revolution happens. That's when they overthrow, that's when the Ayatollah comes in. Was in 1979. So, to be clear, we got rid of a leader that they elected themselves. Their own country elected their own leader to lead their own country. We came along and said, nah, we don't like that. Got rid of him, put in a guy that we liked, who then let us come in and pump oil and do all sorts of Western bullshit for 20-something years. And then eventually, Iranians got tired of it and overthrew him.
I'm just confused because how did I can't think of the word. How did a sovereign, there we go, a sovereign country have a leader put in that, like, I don't know, that we weren't cool with?
How did a sovereign country...
Like Persia is what it was before. And that was, I don't know the year.
Okay. It's been Iran for a long time. Yes, it was Persia way back in the day, not millions, thousands of years ago. But no, it's been Iran for a long time.
Thousands of years ago?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, maybe I need to do more research because I thought it was like 50 years ago.
No.
Okay,
they still refer.
Continue.
They still Persian is still like a term, so Persian food. It's still, that's a thing, but it's not. They don't call the country Persia. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is that we have had a lot of bad experiences with Iran, and they have every reason to not trust us because we have fucked them over. Okay, and so. I just explained it. We replaced a leader with a different person.
So we, as in America.
Yes.
Yes.
So, what leader did we replace? What previous leader was there? And then
I'm telling you right now, his name was Mossadegh. All right, Mossadegh was elected. All right, and even approved by the Shah. Okay. All right, in 1953, because of oil and communism, the United States and Great Britain worked together and did a coup d'etat. And they got Mossadegh out of there because he wanted to nationalize the oil. All right, when you nationalize a resource, that means that any of the revenue from that resource that the country gets, all right, it goes to the people. They put it into social benefits to help the people, to improve the people's quality of life. The United States said, no, we can't have that. That's Russian influence. We don't want that. Great Britain said, no, we can't have that because if you nationalize your oil, then guess what happens? We don't get to profit from it. So what we're going to do is we're going to put someone in that's not only anti-communist, but also they like the West, so they're going to let us come in and make some money. So the CIA and M16 worked together, all right, and they got rid of Mossadegh, and they installed, all right, a puppet government. This is called a regime change, by the way. This is a real regime change. So they took out Mossadegh and they put in the Shah, all right? They put in the Shah, and the Shah, like Nemo said, ruled with the iron fist. He has something called the MI6. Thank you. I'm tired, y'all. Forgive the Lord. Forgive me. MI6, all right? It's MI6, all right? So they bring in the Shah, and the Shah, like Nemo said, rules with the iron fist, and he terrorizes the Iranian people. If you weren't rich, you were terrorized, okay? By the Savak. You could be tortured. You could be arrested. All right. Okay. So that's what they did. So people on the left and what you all would call religious extremists actually got together. And what they did was they overthrew their own government because they wanted a change and they wanted the Ayatollah. And so the Ayatollah came into power in 1981. The Ayatollah said, fuck the United States, fuck Western influence, all right? We'll handle our own. And that's what they've been doing ever since. So when they say death to America, what they're saying is not death to American citizens, but death to American intervention in Iranian politics, in their government, death to American imperialism, thinking that they can come over and take control of all of their resources, which is what Donald Trump is trying to do right now.
It's
Take control
interesting
of their
though because
resources.
I mean, you have all these like Persian nationalists in America who are like cheering for Donald Trump. And I mean, I think that we would see the same thing in Iran if they actually had Wi-Fi right now from their
They don't
citizens.
live
I think
there.
we would see the same thing.
They don't live
Yeah,
there.
we don't.
No, what I'm
No,
saying is they don't
they
live there.
do.
You said the Iranian nationals are cheering on what's happening.
Yes,
They don't
right.
live there, is what I'm saying.
Because they are
So
refugees from that regime.
they're not all refugees, ma'am. They're not. A lot of these people that are actually in the United States
You
of
know every single
America
one of them, and
are, I don't
you
know. I said a
you.
lot of them. Chill out with the attitude.
How do you know a lot
A
of them?
lot of
Though?
them are actually
How do you
people
know
from
that?
the upper class who left when the Shah left. All right, so when the Shah left Iran,
Hmm.
a lot of the people in the upper class also left Iran and came to the United States of America. All right, and they are the ones who are cheering on what is happening. All right, one,
Okay, but
because they're Western aligned, and two, they're not in Iran. I want you all to understand something, okay? Because Matt, you can feel it coming, can't you? You feel it coming, Matt? You feel it? Okay. I want you to understand something. This is not in defense of the Ayatollah or the IRGC. All right. It is not in defense of that. What this is basically, all right, I do not agree with American imperialism. It was not our responsibility to attack them if they did not pose an imminent threat to the United States of America. Joe Kent, as Matt told you earlier, our counterterrorism director, all right, resigned because he does not agree with this war because Iran posed no imminent threat to us. And Donald Trump himself has told us on several different occasions about what this war is. This is about resources. This is about taking control of their oil. I need you all to
I don't
understand that.
think
Stop
so.
thinking it's something deeper. It's literally about the oil. That's why he said in a room full of people that he could take the oil if he wanted to, but the American people, they wouldn't like that. He said that.
Caller, can I play something for you?
Yeah, sure.
Take a listen to this, okay?
Iran will be capable of producing alone, without importing anything, nuclear bombs within 3 to 5 decades.
Ladies and gentlemen, time is running out.
Bomb. Iran is gearing up to produce.
The first sound that you heard, I know it might be a little difficult for you to hear. I could play it for you again. That was Benjamin Netanyahu saying that Iran was going to have a nuclear weapon within 3 to 5 months. Do you know what year that was?
No, it was honestly really hard to hear.
Sorry. Yeah, you're welcome to go.
No,
and
it's good.
I'll try. Could try here. I'll try. Maybe I might have a better one here.
Iran will be capable of producing alone, without importing anything, nuclear bombs within 3 to 5 decades.
Ladies and gentlemen, time.
Sorry. I know it's a little.
It sounded like you said Iran would be capable of producing nuclear weapons within 3 to 5 months.
Yep, that's
Or
exactly
something
right.
along
Yep,
those lines.
Exactly. You got it right. Do you know what year he said that?
No.
1995.
Wow, I was not born yet.
Cool. Now I feel really old.
Yeah.
But so that was 1995. So here's a question for you. Why didn't Bill Clinton do this? Here's a question for you. Why didn't George Bush Sr. do this? Here's a question for you. Why didn't Ronald Reagan do this? Here's a question for you. Why didn't George W. Bush do this? Here's a question for you. Why didn't Barack Obama do this? Here's a question for you. Why didn't Joe Biden do this? Here's another question for you. Why didn't Donald Trump in his first term do this? And
Here's a question for you.
No.
Why?
No. Shut the fuck up and answer my fucking question instead of asking another question first. Answer my question. Why did no other president in the last 40 fucking years do this? Answer that question.
Because they didn't have the balls.
Wrong. It's because they all knew that. I know you think this is fucking funny, but guess what? 13 fucking service members have died. I know you think that this is funny, but they came home in fucking body bags and they didn't have to. You think this is funny, and it's not. There's 160 school kids that are dead in Iran, and they didn't have to die because we shot 2 missiles at their fucking school. Not funny. I don't know why you're fucking laughing. This is because you don't understand what the fuck you're talking about. So sit the fuck down, kid. Here's the reason why none of those presidents did this. It's because they all knew that there was no reason to preemptively attack Iran. That's the reason why. That's the reason. It's because it was not a good idea because they didn't have nuclear weapons. And the reason Trump didn't do it in his first term wasn't because he didn't have the balls. It's because he had military advisors who were smarter than Pete Hegseth. And they all told him, don't do this. It's a complete fucking boondoggle. And that was why I asked you the question initially, what's gotten better since February fucking 28th? And the answer is nothing. Nothing has gotten better. We are far less safe. And if you don't believe me, fucking research it. There are multiple organizations that have already done studies on how far less fucking safe we are. We literally just created an entire fucking generation of terrorists who fucking hate us. An entire fucking generation of people who want us all dead. Okay? You want people chanting death to America. They really are chanting it now because we've killed their cousins, their brothers, their sisters, their mothers, their fathers, their aunts, their uncles, their grandparents, their fucking kids. We've done it. Now they really want to fucking bomb us. They really want to fucking strap one onto their chest and come and kill us. Okay? That's really going to happen. Gas isn't going down anytime soon. We've completely fucked up their country. And oh, by the way, they have 600,000 IRGC in that country with another 400,000. So we're not going to go in and fucking invade them. That's not going to happen. So get that idea right the fuck out of your head. They still have the same regime in charge because it's just the Ayatollah's son. So if you think that anything is going to change, you're fucking mistaken. Get this fucking stupid idea out of your head and don't fucking laugh. It's not fucking funny. The reason that we attacked them is because Donald Trump is a fucking moron who fell for Benjamin Netanyahu's stupid fucking plan because Netanyahu couldn't convince any other American president in 30 fucking years to do it, but Trump was just stupid enough to fucking do it. That's why we're there. Get it?
Yeah, I totally understand why you're upset. I mean, I would say that, like, it is really sad and it really sucks that school was bombed in Iran. Like, that's horrible. And I think it was a mistake on our part.
It wasn't a mistake. It easily could have been avoided too. Do you know why that happened?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you know why that happened?
Could have been
Do
avoided.
you know why that happened?
Like,
do you know why it happened? Do you want to know why it happened? I bet you don't know why it happened, do you?
I don't know why it
No, you
happened,
don't
but
even
I
know why
know
it
that it was a
happened, do you?
mistake, and I know it's terrible, and I know that it shouldn't have happened.
Easily could have been avoided. Do you know how it could have been avoided?
Sure, go ahead.
During the Biden administration, they were criticized because they shot a missile that killed some civilians, 9 of them to be exact. The Biden administration and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff stood up and they said, that's unacceptable. We're not going to do that again. And they started CHMR, CHMR, the Civilian Harm Mitigation, I fucking forget the last word. Doesn't matter. Basically, it was a project at the DOD to make sure that whenever we go in and we fucking fire missiles at places, because, geez, we're the United States of America. We do that all the fucking time, right? Whenever we go in and do that, we have part of the DOD that literally makes sure that our intel is up to date and we don't go and fucking fire on civilian targets by mistake. We make sure that we don't do that shit. When Donald Trump came into office and Pete Hegseth became the Secretary of Defense, now the Secretary of War, guess what program they cut by 90%?
Probably that one.
Bingo! Give her a gold
not
star,
laughing.
guys. Give her a gold star. Cool beans.
Yeah.
Because that's how
So-
fucking little Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth and their entire fucking administration cares about fucking civilians and women and children and all of them. So get the fuck out of here with any of this that you think that they fucking care. They don't fucking care about any of these fucking people. They could give a shit because they're just brown people in the Middle East. Get the fuck
No,
out
I
of here.
actually-
They don't fucking care about them. They don't.
I actually do.
They
I
actually
really
do
care
not.
about these
They
people.
absolutely great. Then why is it that they won't stop bombing Lebanon? Why won't the president tell fucking Netanyahu to stop bombing Lebanon, huh? Why?
Can you please let me respond?
No, I won't. Why the fuck won't you tell me if they care about them? Why are they killing civilians by the thousands in Lebanon and he won't tell Netanyahu to fucking stop doing it? Is it because he has his mouth around fucking Netanyahu's dick? Is that why?
No, if you'll please let me respond, I will.
I don't fucking care. I'm this fucking apologist. I'm sorry. This apologist bullshit. Like, just no. I don't think so. I don't know. No.
This is manufactured consent, scapegoating, Matt. Is basically is that the West, especially America, especially fucking Israel, all right, they have painted the people, the people that they cause harm to. We could talk about black people. We could talk about people, of course, in the global South. We could talk about the Iranians. Hell, we can even talk about the Lebanese, how they painted them as the bad people. And because they are the bad people, what is being done to them is warranted. And unfortunately, it is millions, not fucking billions of people, unfortunately, like her, who believe it. And so that's how she can sit here. And it may have been nervous laughter, but if you actually recognize the severity of all of this and you don't agree with it and you care, like you say you care, you wouldn't be able to find any way to actually laugh at what's happening, at the children that are being killed, the women, like just the innocent civilians who are being killed on fucking purpose. It's not even like accidents. This is on purpose. They're bombing fucking villages in Lebanon. Like they're bombing apartment buildings in Lebanon. For what? For what? For what? But again, They told y'all that these people are bad, that they deserve this, and you believe them. And so you can make excuses for them. You can fucking do apologia for them. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry if you guys wanted to talk to her. I don't know. Sorry.
Nah.
But I felt like we were at an impasse.
So. Yeah. I mean,
she was taking Nemo in fucking circles. Like, you explained it to her 3 fucking times.
Yeah, like when I went through the timeline on her twice, I was like, okay, never mind. She's either just being dishonest, or she's just ditzy, which that is an extremely likely thing.
It definitely is one or the other. We're gonna wrap up here. We're a little bit after 2. I know we got a lot of people here. I don't want to go too late because I want to make sure that we're good for tomorrow. But I want to say a couple of thank yous. Before we wrap up, though, and by the way, thank you to Christian also for that galaxy. Please make sure that we're doing the same. For my co-host Nemo, thank you, and also take care of Erika while she's here.
I just be here for the vibes.
Yeah, your vibes are good. Thank you to Norse, of course. That's fun. On the Blue App says much love. Thank you, I appreciate that. And then also over on the Tube, thank you for thank you to a couple here. Thank you to Young Merv. It says 50 years old, retiring using your 401k gets penalized 10% plus taxes. Smart guy, MAGA, LOL. Oh, it was for that other guy. Thank you, friend. I appreciate that. Thank you guys. Thank you. Very good. Very good. Take care of our friends. Excellent. Excellent. Thank you to Mufasa. Says DeCult voted for this narcissist surrounded with sycophants. Listen to the sheer ignorance of the lady from Missouri is the cult and brainwashed by Ziopigs. Damn, bro. Okay. Thank you, Melvin. Melvin says, the lady is the reason why I'm teaching. Good Lord, the whitewashing and patriotizing of our history is so counterproductive and detrimental to our future. Yes. And Mufasa, another one, says the irony of the cult is that they have a problem with the Pope, yet they don't question Trump. USA is cooked. Average empire lasts 250 years. Time's up. Fuck. Thank you to Deb. It says Gulf of Tonkin, weapons of mass destruction, non-existent Iran nukes. Seems like there's always a reason.
Matt.
Yeah.
Okay.
Want to know a really funny thing? I learned this last night. You ever heard of Atoms for Peace?
Yes, that's what I was trying to tell you about that. And we helped them. Yes, we helped them basically start their nuclear power program.
Bluetooth connected.
So Atoms for Peace started under Eisenhower, right?
Mm-hmm.
Take a wild guess. Take a wild guess what country. We gave uranium and training and centrifuges and reactors. Take a wild guess what country we gave that to.
It starts with
yes.
It was Iran.
It was Iran. It was Iran. We literally gave Iran a bunch of uranium.
Unfucking believable.
Jenny said Persia. God damn it. Oh my God.
You're in timeout, Jenny. What the fuck?
Wait, I thought it wasn't Iran called Persia? Why aren't they Persian anymore? When was that? When like Is that because Jesus died and then they stopped calling themselves Persians and they're like, oh God, Iran.
But it was someone I was about to say, I think Scott is the name, but yeah. So like in 1935 is when they started like truly using Iran as like on their official like paperwork and stuff to reclaim their identity. But yeah, it's one and the same thing. I don't know how the fuck she asked that question. Like y'all were patient until y'all. Well, Nemo, you were very patient.
Hey.
Matt, please.
I was fucking patient.
Matt,
what the
please.
fuck? I was patient that whole fucking time. I was. Get the fuck out of here!
You're
I was
right,
so
you're right.
patient. I was sitting
Matt,
here.
you
I
got
was
up
quiet.
twice.
I had to take the dog out. What the fuck? Let's take the dog. God damn it!
It had to be.
The whole time he's walking the dog like, this bitch is so dumb. Oh my God.
And I was like, oh, it's coming. I just like, it's either gonna be me or it's gonna be Matt. It's not gonna be Nemo. It's gonna be me or it's gonna be Matt, because she was just like, she just wasn't listening.
Take the dog out.
She was just she wasn't listening, and I can't stand that, especially when like Nemo kept explaining Operation Ajax to her, and I was like, why are you asking him like the same question over and over again? Like, come on.
Oh my God.
At this point,
Isn't Ajax soap? What? Huh? Why did we give them a bunch of soap? Huh? But why though?
I was like, God.
Did they have dirty hands?
Okay. Couple of quick things. Number one is make sure you're subscribed over on the tube, both to me and to Nemo. You can find a link to Nemo's right down here in the chat. If you're not subscribed to our friend Erika, it's Erika _ Shante, SHANTE. Please go and subscribe to her as well. I'd appreciate it if you guys do that. Over here on TikTok, make sure that you're following me. Make sure you're following Nemo. Make sure you follow our friend Erika. And then make sure you click through follow backup accounts, because for reasons. We appreciate you guys. Appreciate all of your support. Do you guys have anything left to read before we wrap up?
Yeah. Maggie, this is from earlier. You sent another 666 and said, we love a serpent. Yes, we do. He's full of knowledge. We love that. Thank you to, let's see, the Blues for the PayPal. You said, evening, Nemo. Please put this towards your new gear. Can't wait till you start your own live, since every time you open your mouth, I learned something. Just please don't make it TikTok only. I'm an old YouTuber. I will definitely be doing the dual streaming goodness. Probably multi. Might be on the Twitch too. Thank you, Will, for the Venmo. He said, I don't understand how CPS could have possibly taken his children. It's a total mystery. Yeah, he was very clearly a very stable individual, full of great ideas. It was a wonderful role model.
Really,
Michelle, thank you for the cash up. It said, any comment on the California governor's race? I'm extremely nervous. Well, fuck Eric Swalwell. I hope he burns in hell. And good on the Democratic Party for casting out that motherfucker unanimously. Nobody, not a one, tried to defend his ass. Oh no, nope. We're going to eject him, push him out the airlock. Nope, nuke him from orbit. No sir. Steyer is probably going to win. That's my guess. But yeah. Fuck Eric Swalwell. And okay. Ray, thank you for the Venmo. He said sending specific amount in order. Oh, that's cute. Okay. Specific amount in order for you to bring up. The number should mean something. It's only $5.56.
Well, we're wrapping up anyways. Doesn't matter. Erika, do you have anything?
Oh, no, I don't have any thank yous to give, except for thank you for the love, guys, over here on the TikToks. I appreciate y'all.
Good.
But with that being said, I wanted to say something, is that the thing that we don't consider when it comes to Iran and their nuclear weapons program that they supposedly have is that the Ayatollah in 2005 did the fatwa where he basically said that having a nuclear weapon goes against Islamic principles, so they would not have one. They wouldn't build one, right? His son does not feel the same way. All right. Murtaba, I hope I pronounced his name right, but Murtaba does not feel the same way at all. All right. He wants Iran to have a nuclear weapon. And yeah. And so they're likely going to actually end up having one. Additionally, another thing, I don't know if you guys read about it, but we kind of just fucked ourselves here pretty much because we got rid of the guy that was like, hey, you know what, guys, let's try to handle this with some diplomacy. All right. We killed him and then we put his son in place. But we didn't just put his son in place. What we did is that we killed the son's dad, his mother, his wife, and his fucking son. Was it his son that was died, or was it his daughter? I can't remember. It was one of his kids.
It was one of his kids. His wife.
It was his son.
His wife.
It was his son. He only has his daughter left.
Up. Yeah.
Yeah. And so you know what? This man is likely out for blood. He gonna get it back in blood. Unfortunately, he gonna get it back in blood. With that being said, I really do think that's something that we have to consider, that they do want this. But it was announced today that the Iran had offered to cease all nuclear activity for 5 years, but the U.S. said, hell no, we want 20. We're stupid.
What the fuck? It's so fucking stupid.
Matt, I promise you, I deal with this every day when it comes to men especially on the YouTube calls. Well, men in general. What it is that they want the ability to say that it was my decision. That was me. You're only able to do this because I'm telling you that you can. Like when I say, hey, let me speak, I'm speaking now, be quiet. And they go, well, go ahead and speak. It's like, you didn't have to tell me to go ahead and speak. I'm already telling you that I'm speaking. Yeah. You know what I mean? So they just have to have that control.
Oh, you're 100%. And with a narcissist, like the guy in the White House, it's 10 times worse. Erika's hit the nail on the head. Nemo, everyone is saying that we need to go to Pickles because Liam is getting dragged all the fuck over the place.
Go.
So let's go to Pickles. Okay. I just put him in. Tell him that Nemo and I sent you, and Erika too. Tell him that we sent you. Let's go see Liam getting fucked up. Nemo and I love you, and we will see you guys tomorrow, 10 o'clock Eastern.